Folks, are we ready? We're going to go live. So we have to be on our best behavior. Okay, so welcome everyone to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday. Yeah, got it. It's Tuesday, April 4th at 4:05. We have a full regular slate tonight. That would be Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, and we also have Connie Patton on. So, oh, and Carrie Thornwell will be here after she does something. I don't know. For the one of you in the room, please mute your cell phone and let us know if you're going to record. Thanks. And I guess the next item would be to approve tonight's agenda. And thank you for that motion. I should have asked, are any members on Zoom? Probably not. Carrie's not. So it would just be Jesse. Right. So Jesse's not here. So all of our members are live. So we're going to be able to do all this on a voice vote, at least for the time being. So that's good. So Diana has moved to approve tonight's agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay. So let's move along to public comment. Public comment, either from Matthew. Matthew's a no. Holly, anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Did you say yes?
Just from me.
Okay.
I just wanted to let the commission know, obviously, that both the chair and vice chair know that tomorrow night the select board will be having the conversation about our independent review. I'm making that comment because it's strictly about the independent review, just in case other people think there's other topics that will be discussed.
Okay, got it. And that is posted on their agenda.
That is posted on their agenda. Yes, sir.
Conspicuous.
Yep.
So I have a question about that.
Yeah, as long as we don't deliberate, but go.
No, does one of us have to be there?
Oh,
It would seem as though, okay,
yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Bunch of us.
Can anybody else go?
Well, you can listen in, but I think has our time passed? This came up the last time it was up and we decided not to post it,
We did not post an agenda.
and it's too late. to post
Correct.
now. So,
That's fine.
well,
I'd like to go.
you can go,
You can't
you
speak.
can't speak. Oh, you don't want to speak?
No.
Okay, well, it's fine. It's fine. If
No, I
all of
just
it,
wanna-
I
yeah, I
want
can
to make
see.
sure I'm correct on this, like. Anyone can go, right?
No,
No?
no.
Really?
You can watch on YouTube because you're not at the meeting, but if you attend the meeting, if there's a quorum in attendance.
Wow. Okay,
part of the
so there it is. You can watch it on YouTube.
My understanding.
But not on Zoom. Because that would be.
I don't know the whys and wherefores of that particular thing. Okay, Holly, is there anybody on Zoom that want to do public comment?
I don't see any chairs or hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any commissioner comments?
Yes,
Okay, Diane, go.
I have one.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if this is the right place to put it or what is that in reviewing the action of last Tuesday night and stuff, I would ask for you guys to consider taking a vote to undo the demo of 9 Lincoln Ave. Because I was here and I listened to.
Sure. Or 9.
Lincoln,
Okay.
it's a little house. I mean, it's the house,
Oh, sorry, I didn't know which one.
it's what we were talking about. And we moved it. Marty McGowan, who is going to take,
Right,
Yeah, I think that's 9 Sherburne.
house,
yeah.
well, 9, whatever it is.
Okay, I think we all know the project. Yeah.
It was, and I thought. I listened to it all, but it got kind of confusing if you want to know what was going, what was staying and whatever. And I made a vote that said I was for it because I thought it had been called, it had been discussed being demoed, and then it got into, we needed more information and what exactly was going and the age of what was staying and all that stuff. And so I voted yes on it, although that's not really what I meant to do. And I would hate to see it go with the new attempt we are having on buildings who are different rates, but good buildings that started in 1923. It's on the Sherburne maps at that time. And which is a contributing building.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't,
okay.
Diane, I don't mean to cut you off, but
Wait,
procedurally.
I gotta be really careful here because we're not deliberating on this.
No,
The
I'm saying
Commissioner
this is
comment.
what I would
So I understand what you're saying, Diane.
like
Now,
to do. I'm not
Okay.
deliberating. I said that.
no, I know you're not deliberating.
And it's, I think it would be better to take a sort of, to review it again and see if we can get more specific, so we know exactly the age and stuff. Polly said that it was a contributing building back then,
Okay,
and I feel sort of so stupid because I misinterpreted what was being said.
okay.
So if it's torn down, it's too late to save it. So I thought it would be good if we reviewed it, being that it is a classic building in a classic neighborhood. And it's very sorry to lose a
Okay.
building of that age in that location. That's
Okay,
what my comment is.
thank you, Diane. And I guess the best I can do for you on that one is to potentially put it on under other business. I'm going to think it through, but the vote did pass 4 in favor, 1 opposed, which
Yeah,
means
I
that even
know
if
what
you
it
change
passed.
even if you change your vote,
I
it
wouldn't,
still go.
even if I did, but
Same.
I just think that we should show some. Hey,
Okay,
what is the old thing that we used to have of 60-day pause between something that's demoed?
no, okay.
That's an
That
old,
that is a building department thing, and that applies to this building before, and it came up in conversation when we were discussing this, and they have already advertised it for more than 60 days and there were no takers. So that's a story there. So
Okay.
I'm going to take that under advisement. in terms
Mr.
of-
Chair?
Yes.
Without
Okay, now
the-
listen, guys, we're not supposed to be deliberating on this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Point of order,
Yeah,
what?
the vote was not for a demolition. It was a partial demolition to retain.
Okay, this
the
is just a
contributing structure.
clarification. This is a
It
clarification.
was a partial demolition to retain the contributing structure and keep it on the property. So I just want to be clear on what we voted on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, and let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra just joined us. Okay, I want to get off of that and I want to get to commissioner discussion. About that, we're not supposed to be deliberating on it. That's the whole point of commission. We're not supposed to be deliberating on it. It's not, we're supposed, one person is just supposed to say what they want to say and nobody else is supposed to say anything. That's what this is all about.
On procedure, I'd like to say that I think the 60 days should start when we.
Then we have to
approve.
change the rule because the rule is in place and the rule is done a certain way and has been done for decades. And then if you want to change the rule, go through the proper channels to change the rule.
Then
If-
we don't have the time that it's given 60 days for a reason.
Right.
I would like to make a commissioner
Oh,
comment.
this is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know, but we need to keep the record clear, and this is a commissioner comment. The demolition delay is with respect to not the HDC making a determination and then having 60 days to reconsider its determination.
No, not at all.
And potentially reverse it. The demolition delay is for the property to be, if it is a dwelling, to be advertised in the local newspaper in the hopes that someone will take the structure and reutilize it for a variety of reasons, all of which serve the community good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner discussion of procedures under BWNIM Appendix C. Weren't there supposed to be two things on here? Two items of discussion. And
No. This is correct.
sorry. Okay. Who wanted this on the agenda?
Actually, I asked to have this put on the agenda because there were questions with respect to what makes a structure contributing, at what threshold is a structure significant? And what we never talk about, what we should perhaps is up the protected status. May I?
Yeah.
So I hope you all had an opportunity to read Appendix C. It is our demolition related appendix. It outlines, it reemphasizes contributing structure, which is in keeping with the MHC designation, Mass Historical Commission statewide under our district establishment. Significant is another level of potential protection for a structure. It is if the structure meets specific criteria that in an important manner, as opposed to just a casual reference. So for instance, if a architect of some notoriety or was associated with a structure and it meets the age requirement, minimum age requirement. Holly, what's the third one? I'm sorry,
There's
It's-
two, right?
it's three, it's age.
There's actually one.
Well, the minimum is age, then there is whether place and it contributes to the character and setting. And three is that it meets either a cultural community or is associated with in a significant manner, let's say, instead of an important, with either culture, community, or an individual of some significance, which could be
Yes,
Eliza Codd or an architect or something like that.
correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So significant is the level of significance is attained by two thresholds. One is it meets that definition, and two, it is voted by the HDC to be significant. Once you reach the level of being a significant structure, it does not prevent demolition. It does not prevent, certainly doesn't prevent partial demolition. But it does allow the structure then to advance to the next higher level, which is protected. And protected has very strong restrictions on demolition. So that's what Appendix C outlines with respect to contributing, significant, and protected.
For demolition.
For demolition, this came up with respect to an application at 9 Sherburne, and it came up with respect to an application reviewed on 2 Stone Alley, where we were aware of the fact that it's contributing. We were aware of the fact that there were some significant aspects, but it had never been voted to our knowledge by the HDC as being considered significant. And therefore it had never been voted by the HDC to be considered protected.
May-
So that's just the background on where we are. That's all I wanted to bring up.
Can I make a suggestion?
Mhm.
Is that perhaps Holly, because she knows this pretty well, and best of all of the people, is if Holly, if a building or whatever comes up and it runs under the demo questionable thing, would it be asking too much if you gave your educated opinion of which it is, so that we knew what specifically we were referring to? Because I think that would be a good idea.
Mr. Chair, through you to Diane. I actually do that pretty much weekly, week in and week out. I will indicate whether or not there's an HDC survey on file, what that HDC survey says, whether it's contributing or individually significant. Again, taking consideration that those surveys are old and outdated. And There are some that are actually contributing towards the district because, again, our national landmark designation was extended up to 1975. So therefore, there's some surveys on file that actually said non-contributing because they didn't meet the 50-year threshold at the time. But now they do, and would play a characteristic role within our overall district. So I do try to do that. There are cases where there isn't an HDC survey on file, or there's cases, and I try to refer to the NHL update, or there's cases where we actually have a new survey on file through the Form B that we're getting our federal funding for as a CLG. And again, through that effort, we are not going to have surveys on structures that are non-contributing. So every single new Form B that we're going to have will be for a contributing structure. It'll be up to this commission on a case-by-case basis to make that determination on whether you'll consider those structures individually significant or not. On that note, I have been digging into some of the town records on when the survey effort originally started back in 88 and 89, back when my predecessor and mentor, Pat Butler, was the administrator for the HDC. And you know, there is actually a listing of some of those structures. Again, I referenced Main Street. There's a lot of our individually significant structures on Main Street. So again, I do my best to provide that information to the commission.
I know you do, and that's why it's good. I was just wondering if it would be good to have somewhere a little checkbox. So when we're reviewing views and stuff, to say, you know, this is part of what the building is. I think it wouldn't slip by. Sometimes it's a busy time. You don't listen. It doesn't stay in your mind all the time. If you just had somewhere that you checked it off, it would be good.
So on that note, Mr. Chair, through you to Diane, there actually, if you look at the forms that applicants are supposed to be providing, which is available on the town's website and in the office, is where they provide all the documentation, whether or not it has an HTC survey, any additional information, and indicate what the proposal is. And there's a spot on there that they can indicate whether or not it's contributing or non-contributing. So
Sometimes I think they don't see it, or
correct.
They don't give us the knowledge, and then we look not so well as if we made them, they made them. Check that out so we knew what we were working with. I think it would help. Thank you very much.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, so on that note, I think if I read it correctly on that appendix, that the board can look at an application, and one of us can maybe make the motion to say this is a contributing structure, and we can, do we vote on that to just reconfirm that so that we take it more sensitively, or how does that, I mean, you know, like, I understand the individually significant is a higher, but also contributing is has its own dues as well.
Right.
So can we as a group say, you know, like we could have maybe said on, I don't want to use 9 Sherburne because that, but could we as a board have said that?
I
thought that's what it said in the appendix, that we could.
So
I got
go
a
ahead.
million thoughts on this.
Yeah.
First of all, has this board ever, not in the 30 years that I've been presenting to the board, has the board ever made that determination?
yes,
Ever,
yes,
ever,
yes.
I
ever.
don't think we
Yes.
do. That-
Has
I don't
never,
think we
ever.
No,
do.
yes, no, we have.
We have made
Yeah,
that?
I made the motion to protect the
Oh, the
Surfside
life
property,
savings,
the youth hostel patterned after the youth hostel.
Okay,
So
that
we
would have
did
been
that
the
once
first time that-
since 1955
yeah,
that I'm aware of.
the first time.
That, I mean, I've looked through the clip books.
Yeah, so my recollection is that, like, I don't remember that ever happening, and so that's good that it happened on Surfside. So,
I think one of my reasonings to make it contributing or to talk about it is that then we can go and in depth get more history on it. And
Can I? So there's a procedure that's associated with this and it tracks state law and constitutional rights. And, you know, I'm not an attorney, but I've looked into this and we can ask town council, but there's a process that needs to be put into place so that individual property rights are protected. And these determinations are made in a manner that doesn't link it to a particular application coming in. For instance, let's use Two Stone Alley. We're not going to talk about the merits of the architectural elements. But if Two Stone Alley were to come in again, which it will, and we decided to motion to make that a significant structure and then give it protected status, contributing does not protect it in any way from demolition. It's not to say that it doesn't have some significance, but in terms of the tiers, these words have specific meaning. So if we use that example, Two Stone Alley came in and we voted that this was a structure that is not only significant, we use the term individually significant as it's not rooted in anything. It's significant, or it's contributing, or it's non-contributing, or it's intrusive. And then the only other alternative is a protected significant structure. If we were to vote that it was a protected significant structure, I can assure you that this town would be tied up in a lawsuit.
Yeah.
And it would come back to us and it would be, well, you need to have established in public hearing prior to such an event, the criteria under which you evaluate. You have a definition, but what are the criteria under which you all are evaluating those criteria? Are you,
we asked for that?
please, well, Abby, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be frustrated. I'm not frustrated with you, but we ask for stuff and we are the authority. We need to be educated and we need to make it happen. We can't be saying, oh, well, we want someone to do it for us. We want staff to do it for us. There are professional staff who can contribute to the process, but the HDC is the elected authority under a unique act to make these things happen. Nowhere in the Commonwealth is the same type of authority established.
So to that
But
point,
no, please, before you interrupt, I want to finish because it's relevant. And it's hard for me to keep my train of thought as it is. So we need to give people their just due. And in order for this to be legally defensible, we need to provide I would suggest that what we would need to do is establish a public hearing wherein we discuss the topic. We have discussion to establish a process. We then vote, we determine the process, we vote on the process, and then we engage in that process. And that process is, what are the criteria? What are the minimum thresholds for the information? And then go about doing that. We also would need to establish as part of those criteria, Dan, I'm so sorry that this is difficult. Please bear with me. Bear with me. See you sighing, just bear with me. There's not an easy button for this stuff. So what we would need to do in addition is, what are the criteria by which these structures are selected? So that we're not just picking them. Now, it could be that we decide that we get a list of these structures and we put them in a hat, and that's what we vote. We're going to pick them out of the hat. I don't know what that selection criteria is. Personally, I would prefer that we have a consultant come in, make a list, prioritize the list, and we look at it that way. But it all needs to be based upon a rational nexus that relates to what is our act, what is our authority, and how did we dispense with it through a public process that doesn't disallow someone's or yank someone's property rights. It would be considered a taking, I would presume, and it would come back to us and it would embroil the town in a lawsuit. And I think that there's other ways to get to the ends of voting on these things than having to be told you did it wrong, which is where we are now with, by the way, having to deal with other things we're dealing with as an authority, having other folks coming in and trying to help us get our act together.
so my question is, if when one comes before us and it's obviously either individually significant or it is, it says it's contributing, what's our first step as a board?
okay, so what Stephen just suggested is that if we're going to move in the direction of individually significant, and to protect it. By the way, Pat Butler considered this a taking, what we're discussing
It's
right
a
now.
taking.
Pat Butler told me it's a taking. So what Stephen is suggesting, and I agree with because of the legalities of basically telling somebody, hey, we just decided that you can't do anything with that house of yours that you've owned for 25 years. We just decided. What you have to do is you have to have a public hearing on that specific topic so that they can come and defend themselves in terms of that aspect of it. And then it's all on the up and up, and you have to
We
be.
hear what would be a public hearing? Like, how would that happen? How would that be in front of?
So man,
be
I
for the
I don't
select board?
want, no, it's this board.
this board?
it's
So they would
definitely
come
this
and
board.
Publicly, okay.
Yeah,
No.
so like to break it down, I think there needs to be sort of a
There would be notice.
predetermined list of
Yeah.
like potential houses that would be subject to this. There's some that are obviously not, and then there's some that are obviously are, and then there's this great big in-between gray area that are like, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know. Who's a significant architect, by the way?
Exactly.
Who,
Yeah.
who is?
I guess
You know,
it's-
Frank Lloyd Wright, yeah, he's
Yeah.
significant.
But
I have
Nantucket has its
But-
list of
Right,
architects that are-
but who's famous, you know, who
Nye, I mean, I can.
who merits?
Buckingham.
But so, then you have a hearing
I guess,
specific
I
to
think,
that
the-
issue.
I got it. I think the point that Chair's trying to make is not who, like, give us an example. It's when this gets taken to court at the state level,
Has to be
you
defensible.
need to have gone through each of these elements and defined why, what made an architect famous for Nantucket and in a contributing way.
Right.
Like, we can't, none of these elements can be left to not having been discussed and determined in advance before you even have a hearing on a particular property. There has to be a framework in place, and then it needs to be through deliberation of the group. By the way, this is one of the, I always say that we're focusing on the trees and we lose sight of the forest. This particular topic is part of the forest.
Right.
That's what we're all trying to.
We all
Yes, so-
agree on that.
So before we have a public hearing on a particular property, we need to have a public hearing on the lists of.
Public
things-
hearings.
Hearing.
This is not
Yeah.
a one meeting
Yeah, of course.
process.
So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Public hearings on how we go about it, because we are, as you said before, to make that. Decision on who the contributing architect is, how the house is contributing. So that, I mean, that's basically where if you want to move forward, that's where you need to start. Is put it on the list of having a meeting to discuss what is
They-
contributing.
Well, I think that's a good idea. That we could do that as a board. If we see something coming up, Holly has said, this is this and this and this.
Before anything comes
You-
up,
that-
you need to go through the checklist of things that if it
Yeah.
goes to court, we
Yeah,
understand,
we have three things that back the reason.
we have everything that's backs us.
Yeah,
You can establish the criteria beforehand, so when people who own the house. Two Stone Alley or whatever, they know what they are going to be asked, what they're going to be questioned about. Not bring them into a town, to a public meeting and then ask. It should, if we have a public meeting. At that time, we should establish the rules of what we're going to do and what should be on that list for the public hearing, so that other people know, the applicants, people who are affected know what they're going to be questioned. That makes it fairer for everybody, and so when you go to court, the people defending it would have the answers, and supposedly the people who are on the other side would have the answers, so it would work out. I think that's what would be a good thing to establish,
Yeah.
because most of the time
And for the sake of time, maybe we should save that for those meetings. And put it on the agenda to have.
I gotta say a couple things here. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I would too.
I don't know who we are. And I don't mean to be, I really hate to be in a position where I sound like this because I can hear it in my head and it bothers the hell out of me. But who are we? I mean, there's two members who contribute as subcommittees. This is an effort that is well beyond the capacity of this commission and our professional staff, given our workload, given our ability to conduct ourselves under Robert's rules as it is, to stick to the building with Nantucket in mind in a concise and clear way, and to process applications. This is not a simple matter of having a public hearing, to my mind, and simply saying, here are the criteria, and we're going to call in some houses and get this done. That's one topic. The next topic is the only way that I would see this ever coming to fruition, certainly the only way I would support it. And that's not based on any partiality. That's based upon having researched it and considered these things as the chair of the organizational focus committee, is that there would need to be a tremendous educational effort. There would need to be, as part of that tremendous educational effort, there would need to be grants. There would need to be historic preservation, which are available. There are tax incentives. There are perhaps funding mechanisms that could be put in place by philanthropical folks on Nantucket who appreciate the historical structures, all going to the end result that the owner of the current property would agree to the designation as a protected significant structure. Because otherwise, no matter what we do with this, it is going to go to court. Yeah. And it's going to be a colossal waste of our time when we are months behind in our regular business. Because we have these discussions for a half an hour, and we're not tending to the regular business of getting through our meeting concisely.
I know Val
It
wants
does-
to say something. I want to say one.
Val.
So patient.
In, I'm just listening. In all of the years I've been coming in front of this commission, participating in this commission, having anything to do with it, this is foolish, was always under the assumption that there was a different organization or mechanism that made these designations. I never, until this whole thing came up recently, knew the HDC itself was supposed to make these designations. It has not
But-
happened in my lifetime.
That's for the statement I was making earlier.
Yeah,
And
what are
aside
those?
from the
medallions
one
mean?
that Stephen did
Mhm.
at the Life Saving Museum, not the Life Saving Museum, the youth hostel. Aside from that,
Well, we did.
30, well, yeah, but you brought it
Well,
up as
we
like
did it
being an
as-
example of it. And so aside from that, since 1955, the board has never, ever done it.
And what are the medallion
That's-
things mean?
No, that's
That's something
totally,
different?
you
That's
basically
the-
buy that.
Okay,
Yeah, that was if I may, Mr. Chair, that was an NHA basically fundraisers, that if you had a historic structure, you could buy this medallion and put it on your house. That's
Oh,
what that was.
I thought it meant something.
No.
So we're dealing with a lot of misinformation. We have a lot of people who are on our commission, myself included, that know none of this. So it begs the question, like, should we even be on here? But we need some sort of training, some sort of information,
Well,
at the very least, to try and figure this out. And I had another point, but I can't
to
think of it.
Stephen's
so-
point of just a moment ago, Stephen was basically saying, and I 100% agree. If we're actually taking this on the way that we're discussing taking it on, we're going to never, ever get any applications done, ever. Sorry, Lisa, you need to speak into the mic and your name for the record, please. You know
Lisa
the-
Botticelli. Years ago, we worked on an individually significant house on the corner of Cliff Road and Folger Lane. And that was listed as an appendix in the building code as being individually significant. There was a appendix to the building code that listed this individually significant buildings on Nantucket. It didn't come from this commission. And I don't know why. Maybe that list exists. Maybe that's something that can be updated. It was an appendix that allowed you certain abilities to, like the energy code now, because it was individually significant, you didn't have to bring things up to code and things like that. And that was years ago. I mean, we did that house 15 years ago, but there was a list. And that house was on it.
In the building code.
Yeah, it was an appendix in the old building code. That was a big blue binder.
Does anybody,
What was that, the Eastman studio?
No, this was on Folger Lane. It's the white little Greek revival that's set way back that has the porch. Now, we were able to
oh,
remove part of it and do a
looking at.
significant
Yeah.
addition to it, but it was individually significant.
Well, there must
But
be-
it didn't come from, not to say you guys are arbitrary, but a board like this, it came from a state organization that listed it.
There must
So-
be a list like that.
Holly, have you ever
Holly
seen this?
So if I may,
Yeah,
Nantucket is a national registered landmark district. Okay. Not every historic district is afforded that. Within our national registered district, there are significant structures that are listed, like the Jared Coffin House, like Grant Point Lighthouse. There's quite a few of them. There's quite a few. And I think many of them, and if Mary Bergman was here as the executive director of MPT could attest to this, many of them actually have preservation restrictions, which is the utmost highest protection of any historic resource. That's why I have always been an advocate of it since I was interning at Nantucket Preservation Trust when I was 16, 17, and 18 years old. Those are the forms, and now I think NPT holds probably about 30 of them, roughly. Any historic structure, again, that's contributing towards the district, which adds to the district's sense of place, time, and historic development, is afforded those benefits under the building code as a historic structure. That's why you all issue historic determinations, to allow people to be exempt from those particular building codes. Again, why we also do that in the process of Resilient Nantucket, because structures that are built within that time frame that are contributing towards our local and national district can be exempt of the building code for elevation. So again, why that is baked into that process. There are, again, there's a whole list in the National Register of those significant structures. But that is a whole different process because, again, Nantucket is both a local and national district. Okay. So this is where I want to take back and say at the time, and I think I mentioned this a couple of times, but at the time of the survey effort back in the 88 and 89 effort, the HDC was, and whether it was staff, the HDC, the mixture of the board, I do not know. I wish I was a fly on the wall, but they were coming up with creating whether or not a structure was just contributing or individually significant or not even non-contributing. We don't do that anymore. And that was just for the local district. Okay. Take into consideration that our national historic determination at the national level has been extended through the time frame outside of whaling era through the 60s, which is when the preservation movement began, up to 1975. That has codified our national historic time frame. So anything from 1659 up through 1975 can be deemed contributing towards the national district. Our survey effort methodology that we are engaging in with our consultant PAL through the MHC grants that we've been receiving, and we just received number 3, is creating surveys for contributing structures on Nantucket in the national district that are contributing. Okay. Again, that's the national level, but it's pertaining to this commission. This commission is the one that makes that determination on whether or not something is individually significant towards the local district or just contributing
we've
based
never
on the
done-
definitions. I'm sorry.
And we've never done it.
we've never done.
And, again, there's this disconnect here. And as staff, I've been struggling trying to figure out why. And it could be boiled down to the fact that the town in general has not been surveying structures for the last 30 years. We have been defunct by doing that. Hence why we're now having to redo this. Technically, you should be updating surveys every 5 to 10 years. Hopefully, once we complete, and my goal is to get based on our new updated survey plan that we just had completed by PAL and approved by MHC and endorsed by the Historical Commission, we are going to tackle the entire NHL, which also includes Tuckernut and Muskeget. There's actually surveys for some structures over on Tuckernut.
Sure. So
So again, I think it's important to realize the difference between the local and national district. They do play together because there's no donut holes in either one. So sorry for rambling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I just say, two things?
Yeah.
Two things.
I think we should
Yeah,
conclude.
I know.
but
This is the
go-
last
Yeah,
thing.
okay. go.
So, just a little bit up here. I just want to say that I think there's a huge difference between demoing and adding and renovating a structure.
Absolutely.
And I think demoing one, that if it comes down to that, we should really be erring on the side of caution rather than actually demoing a contributing building. I want to say that. And then off of Holly, I want to say, what can we do to get that going, to upgrade our survey so that we are
we're
yeah.
doing it.
Yeah, we are.
We're doing it.
But that's gonna be, did I hear a 10-year window to get that all complete?
Yes, sir. Our
10
consultant
years.
said about approximately 10 years, and that doesn't include the effort that the NPT has been working on. Sconset Trust has actually submitted about a dozen surveys in Sconset for the Historical Commission to review and MHC to adopt. But yes, we are a large historic district. And unfortunately, maybe there's just things that we just haven't been taking on. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it shouldn't have been done. So, and I appreciate this
Like
conversation.
Winston
Thank you.
What about,
Thank you.
did you ever work with Michael May? Holly, when he was going around, he was the position that Mary has now when he quit. That was, I was trying to think how long ago that was, but he was doing buildings back then. And it was in the 1972, right in the area that you were talking about, because he came to my house long then. And we went over it, but he had some very interesting information. And I don't know, I guess a lot of people thought Michael was it. And that we weren't so involved. I don't know, but I think it's an involvement that we should get into. We don't have to take every building apart and whatever, but I think that it becomes sort of the background of the HTC.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen?
So, couple quick things, three quick things. As Holly has said, definition of significant on a national level is different than the designation on a national level is different than on a local level, though they do overlap with respect to what the definition is. The federal definition actually has a few more criteria. Number two, deeds. Holly mentioned deeds. That's really the most important aspect of this, getting a restriction on a deed, because that is the level at which reliably information is transferred at the time or prior to the time of sale while a potential buyer is doing their due diligence. And that's when I was referring to, there are mechanisms, there are funding, there's tax credits. This is an educational effort to get people to understand that, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. And they might even get subsidized for doing it. Unfortunately, we have to pay people to do good things, but that's how life is. Lastly, this isn't something we can just hang our hats on, whether it's protected structure or not. The guidebook and Appendix C, and in particular on this topic, is very confusing. In fact, one of the standards of approval for demolition is that the structure is a protected structure you can approve demolition of a protected structure. If it's a protected structure only by reasons of its presence within the historic district and is non-contributing to the district. So explain that one to me. My
Right.
point is you're probably not gonna at this meeting because it takes a little bit to absorb.
Yeah.
My point is that just because we start to label structures through due process to property owners, significant, protected, and so on and so forth, it doesn't mean that our own Appendix C guidelines and rules are clear or make sense. And that takes me to my last point, which touches on something Val said. We have adopted, as you all know, a scope of work for independent review of the HCC operations. One of those items that we came up with as a group and voted on is to have a training manual put together for both ourselves and for our professional staff, given there's a turn rate in both of those to some extent. And that would help, I think, a great deal. And if people read it and getting us across the finish line with some of these topics so that what I mean by the finish line is we may not be experts, but we have working knowledge and we can feel comfortable doing our job. And by comfortable, I mean, we assert ourselves because we feel confident enough in our knowledge and our power to contribute that we actually act on it, which is our responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we should probably wrap this. So this is obviously going to be ongoing. But thank you all for your input on the discussion. So let us move now to the consent agenda. I've been looking this over and I see that Val needs to recuse, I do. So it's to you, Stephen, in terms of chairing.
Okay, so on the number 4 consent.
Excuse me, just
Yep.
probably Carrie is still not with us, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but she needs to recuse
She does.
anyway, so.
Yeah.
There you go.
So recused are
Val and Ray.
Ray Paul, Val Oliver, and sitting Diane, Abby, myself, Connie, and we'll skip Jesse, he's not here in the room. Do you have a motion to approve consents?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. And now we have 3 consent with conditions. I don't believe that anyone needs to recuse from these. May I have a motion on that?
1 through 3,
Yeah, 3
Four.
items on consent.
yeah.
Yep.
I make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane. And that's the regular board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, so now we are on to old business of February 14th. Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Stephen, you get to
Yeah.
hold the gavel on these.
So, Matt, welcome back to the HDC. Long time no see. Your board is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Jesse. And that is your board on both this structure and the new garage. Why don't you just give us a quick rundown on what you've done since we last met, and then we'll see if there are any abutters or members of the public who want to speak.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what you requested at the last meeting was a more detailed indication of what portions of the existing garage we're going to keep. And so if you scroll down, we've highlighted all the studs and all the rafters. They're highlighted in green. And also the sheathing. So that will all be retained, as will the garage doors themselves. And then we also included the HDC approved cabana, which is modeled after the garage in terms of its size, footprint, roof pitch, et cetera, which I think is something that Val had requested. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Holly, you got comments?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I appreciate the changes that this is just a partial demo of this contributing structure. These plans, I think also, and obviously this is up to the commission, but should also be formally amended for the cabana that was previously approved through staff in December. The plans for the partial demo look like As Matt had described, that it's the studs, rafters, sheathing, and garage doors that's being retained. I'm just curious. I know the commission doesn't get into methodologies, but if that means that the structure is literally going to be just taken apart and then utilized with those pieces, it's not going to be, enframed, if you will. And that if the commission so inclined to approve this application, that would also require an amendment or a modification to the previously approved cabana. So it's clear that that's the intention.
Mhm.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any abutters with their hands up?
I do not see any butters, but I believe
Yes,
Mickey is
public.
here.
Okay, so Mickey, you know the drill, please identify for whom you are speaking on behalf of, and we'll go from there.
Yes, thanks, Stephen. So I'm speaking in for myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman, former members of HSAB. So this was a little confusing. The drawings show, I guess what's happening is that the building is being dismantled and the material is being saved. So it's basically a demolition of the building. Now, it was our understanding that this was the model for the cabana, and the cabana looks an awful lot like this. We were assuming that this building would then be, lifted, rotated, and reused as the cabana. So, I guess what I'm saying is that we're not in favor of demolishing this building. We're not really in favor of dismantling it. If you're going to keep a building, it should be kept and reused, and it's as close to its current form as possible. I guess that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Does anyone have questions for Matt on the presentation? Okay, Matt, I do. Since no one else does, I'll jump in. My recollection, nearly, now that I'm thinking about it, nearly a year ago, this garage came in under a separate application that was approved. It was a demo move. It was denied as a demo. It was approved as a move because you had one lot and you wanted to move this off of the other lot. And we allowed the garage to be moved based on the fact that it was not going to be demoed.
I don't recall that at all. 100%.
Does anyone have a recollection?
That's not, that's just not, that didn't happen. I'm sorry. We came in to get the cabana approved. We actually also, that was just never our intention to move the cabana at all.
No, I'm not talking about the cabana. I'm talking about the garage, the previously existing garage. This was one lot that was subdivided into two.
It was,
Okay,
yes.
the subdivision isn't relevant to the discussion other than to identify the subject property. I met with your representative on that property to discuss Elizabeth O'Rourke, to discuss moving that structure and the presence of the existing garage behind it. And that was a year ago. It was slightly more than a year ago. So maybe it was, I don't know if it was 13 months, it was 16 months. But my position is that occurred. If I'm wrong, I will apologize profusely to you and your client, but I'm pretty certain that it happened that way. In fact, well, and I wanted to get your feedback on that before I proceeded with my own deliberations this evening.
That's not my recollection. You may have had that conversation with the landscape architect, I'm assuming, perhaps.
Well, no, particularly what I'm asking you about is this structure, the garage, the garage as it was on the larger lot was in for a demo move off. Correct?
I'd have to check, but that would make sense. That would
Right.
track with this.
And then it
Yes.
wasn't approved as a demo, it was approved as a move on the lot.
I'm not sure if that's, I don't recall.
Okay,
that.
and then from there, I would base my deliberations.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to get some
Sorry.
clarification.
Yeah,
on
no,
that.
that it was approved to be moved on the lot. I don't think that we ever did
Did
Or
move
never-
or did get approval?
get approved.
Okay, I think.
We came in here for the demo,
Or it was said but not acted on, but that was our understanding.
and
Okay.
there was no denial. That was the other thing. There was no.
Well, yeah, I don't recall there being a denial, but either you would have withdrawn it.
I just
and-
said that because you said there was a denial, and so
Well, we
I
didn't-
couldn't
I-
react
I-
to
let
that.
me
Like,
correct
"Oh,
myself.
we didn't have a denial."
I'm sorry. The demo was not approved is my recollection.
I don't believe it was, no.
So the.
And that's why,
garage-
well, I think it tracked. I think that demo has still been, and that's what you're reviewing today.
Okay, So.
So it's the same application.
Okay, so dating back a year or so. Okay, well, forgive me if my memory lapses.
Yeah,
Turbulent times.
no, no worries. No, so
what-
yeah, we applied for the demo to move it from day one. We got the cabana approved. You approved the cabana in the location of this existing garage. We focused on the house. We actually got the house approved first, and then we went back for the cabana. You approved the cabana.
Right, Matt, no, I don't want to, because that gets, it kind of creates a rabbit hole. I don't think that's your intention, but the crux of the matter is my recollection, and I wanted you to either verify or correct, is that the garage was allowed to be moved in order that you could accomplish what you wanted to accomplish, but it had to stay on the site.
That's, I don't,
Because otherwise, why would we track this?
that's,
Yeah,
you would have to answer
we would
that.
have just denied it. So,
Yeah, so
okay. So we're gonna.
we never sought an approval to move the structure on the property ever.
No, I know you didn't seek it, but that's what we suggested and required.
We also mentioned on notes,
Okay, Diane, do you want to start?
but back there that says the old garage would, we would like to see it being proposed as the cabana. So the garage would be used. The garage should be pushback structure to relate more to the scale. There's
Okay.
a whole bunch of stuff.
But that was all
No,
covered.
I'm
We
not, I'm
discussed
not
that.
loony. I do recall that. Okay. Okay, Diane, do you want to go first?
Yeah, what are we looking at as a proposal right now?
If I could.
Yeah, please, go ahead now.
So Diane, this is to take basically the four walls and the rafters of the existing structure and relocate those to create the new cabana.
That's what you're proposing.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think that's sort of what we all wanted, so
Yes.
going through these notes and that, and what I've taken, I would go with that. As far as keeping it on the property and having it become the cabana, and a new garage will be then brought forward.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think I mean, I don't understand why you don't just pick up the garage and put it back there as a cabana. I guess that's what the history that we're remembering. You have it right there. You're gonna-
You guys, I
it'll-
don't want to have a back and forth,
So
please.
I just want to say that, we're going timber by timber, we're taking it apart and rebuilding it's almost the same. It's like, why don't you just move it as one piece? So let me just finish and then there won't be back and forth. So my feeling is that's okay. I kind of miss the garage as a garage because that's our main concern is what we're gonna see from the street. So, that looks appropriate now. So, imagine that, I guess there are gonna be two buildings in a row, but, I want to hear what other board members say, but I just think it seems a little redundant to take it apart and build it in the back as a cabana instead of just lifting it and moving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Val?
I'm doing a little research.
Okay, Jesse?
Can you zoom in on the drawing there? The far, just when, are the doors being repurposed as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they are.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I mean, he's done what we asked. Thank you.
Okay. Val, you ready or?
No, because I was trying to look back and see from that meeting when it first came up in 22. but
Yeah, I think all the
It's gonna
minutes,
take a while to find it. so,
I think all the minutes need to be
Yeah.
with an application.
I think if anything's getting reused, I'm delighted, and whether it's taken apart and reconstructed, I'm still delighted because the fabric is still there. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. My opinion is that, it would be inappropriate based upon the fact that, based upon my recollection, we required that it not be demolished, and the extent, part one. Part two, the extent to which the structure, I don't have an issue with it being disassembled for logistical reasons and reassembled and replicating, rotted portions or whatnot, but the, two hip roof additions, which really are elemental to this structure. Actually, I'm sorry, the shed roof that's on one side, and I think that's a partial open space, which are elemental to this basic structure, is just being removed and discarded. And so I don't believe it's appropriate based on our prior discussion, and I believe a determination. So do we have a motion?
Well, not knowing that or remembering that, I personally would like to look that up.
Can I just, I can tell you from history, we came in with an application to move or demo the garage. We held that application, we focused on the cabana, you approved the cabana and the location where the existing garage was. And we focused on the house, we got the house approved. That was a very lengthy battle that's gone on for.
Matt, I want to please stick to this.
I think it's relevant for me to give you the history, because if you're
It's
asking
not-
about the
it's not,
history,
Matt.
you're proposing that there's a history that you're not
The history
totally
that
clear
I
about.
don't want to go back and forth with you either. The history that's relevant is the history on this particular project, excuse me.
And I'm giving you
not-
that history.
Excuse me. Not the history of having to request multiple revisions and rehearing and rehearing and rehearing. If you want to go down that road, we can go tit for tat.
Let's
I
go.
don't prefer
Let's
to
go.
do that.
Let's do it.
There's no benefit to the committee or to you to do that. If you want, excuse me, Jesse, if you want to rehash the length that we've taken to accommodate you while still requesting revisions, it's not a win for you, Matt, not in
So
my mind.
Is that a threat, or is that,
No, I'm
you're
just
asking
telling- I'm
about,
just
you're
telling
asking
you,
about
Matt.
history and I'm giving it
Matt,
to you.
I'm telling you, it's not a win for you in my mind before you interrupted, because it doesn't accomplish the goal. You are looking to get an approval, not revisit history. So bringing up the fact that we've been sitting here listening to potential modifications for over a year is not helpful to that process. That's not a win in my mind. Can we please stick to the merits of this particular application?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
And you specifically talked about the history of the applications, and I was giving that to you.
Yeah, I understood, but you started getting into the house and other things.
Because
The relevance.
we came in with
Matt,
3 applications,
Okay,
I'm
Matt,
telling
we're gonna
you.
move on.
I think it's fair for me to give, if you're talking about the
Matt,
history, I have
Matt,
to give it to you,
Matt, we have a procedure.
and I'm following it.
No, you've followed it. You've stated originally in the discussion, you stated the history. Now you're restating it you're attempting to restate it for the third time, which we're not gonna condone that here and now. You want to pursue it differently through a different channel, that's fine. Right now, we're talking about the merits of this structure in the application and whether it was allowed to be moved on the property, and that was the genesis of having it turn into the cabana, not having anything else happen. In any event, Val, you were making a comment that you felt you perhaps needed more information, or no? Can I make a motion? Not, you can make a motion when Val finishes.
Well, only Because I don't recall the exact conversation because we've looked at so many different applications.
Yeah.
If I had that in front of me and I could quickly read through it, I would be able to confidently make a decision.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No.
I
Okay,
have just the comments of January 31st, 2023 for the garage, the one that's being discussed now.
Mhm.
I have a concern by Holly, by Nikki, by me, by Abby. And the motion was to track with the garage, which you made. Those are our concerns on the last meeting. It's the only one I can find.
Right, yeah, the one I was referring to was about a year or so ago when we.
Yeah, I can't pick that.
Yeah, okay. Jesse, you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. Based on the conversation or the, what we had last week, from what I understood was we were requesting to see more in
Jesse.
detail
Just a motion, please.
of what we were dismantling. And I believe the applicant has done that and I'm requesting a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on Jesse's motion, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Aye.
Unsure, I.
Okay. So that would fail either through a lack of votes or I think we've ever experienced that. Could we entertain a motion to get clarification of copies of minutes pertaining to this application to date, determined through staff to be the full list and review it with those in mind?
Can I just ask a question?
Yep, go ahead.
I just want to say that what's before us now is the garage that is going to be the cabana.
No, what's before us now are the rafter is a garage that will have rafters, correct? And doors you reutilized in the cabana.
That's what I mean. It's this, what's before us is the cabana. Because it's a disassembled garage.
No, the cabana structure has architectural elements have been approved. What constitutes those, what the materials that will make up that architectural structure are part of this discussion right now.
But we're talking about the cabana.
No, we're talking about
This is
demoing the garage in order,
Actually,
partial demolition to reutilize
right.
pieces.
So we're not talking about what the garage looks like or where it is on the site at the moment.
Correct.
Right, okay,
Right.
because that's my main concern. So I would be a yes for Jesse's motion.
Okay, so Jesse's motion to restate was motion to approve is submitted. I'm going to do this out of consideration for the applicant and for proper recording. Again, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. So we have two abstentions.
Right, at the moment.
So that motion would carry based upon a 2-to-1 vote.
No, because you have three, no, abstention cause is a no.
Oh,
So
actually,
3 to
that's
2.
correct. That's what we determined through town council.
An
Yeah.
abstention is in.
I think it is,
It's a non-vote.
nothing. So it's 2-1.
Yeah, so it's,
2-1.
No,
yeah.
I don't think so. I think Codfish was reverted based, yeah, Codfish Park reverted based on the fact that an abstention is not. So Robert's rules basically dictates that a motion to carry needs to be in favor. And that's why we changed the way we approach town meetings through our town moderator many years ago. Because if it fails, it basically what it does is it protects the minority. That's what Robert's rules are intended to do. So you have to have a majority in favor. But an abstention, according to town council, based upon my recollection, what Abby recalls, having suffered through it, is that an abstention counts as not a positive.
Right.
Well, then I'm not gonna be a nothing. I'll be a yes, because
Okay.
all I'm asking for is I'm not a computer. I can't remember the 75 times we reviewed it. Couldn't find the information going back through minutes and minutes and minutes. So I'm just gonna go with yes, because we're reusing some of the information. I mean, some of the the
Okay, so
material.
Jesse, well, I'll restate your motion one more time.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, carries, was that a 4-1?
I think it was.
4-1, okay,
Don't take another.
all right.
Forget it. mate.
And we have
It's
6.
another example of how we're forced to make decisions without all of the information.
Well, I don't want to go back on the thing. We made a decision based upon what's in front of us, and we had the ability to withhold the decision by making a motion to do so. So don't feel pressured. All you got to do is stand up and be counted.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I
please.
just would like to, again, we have the cabana now, and that should be amended.
Yeah, well, we're going to pick that up separately. We're going to have to pick that up separately. Right now, we're going to move on to the garage. Garage, Matt, if you could present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the garage. The board had requested that we change the roof line. So it's E forward, which we've done. If you look at the elevations, we've also provided some perspectives. We've modeled the adjacent house. If we could stop on just these perspectives would be helpful. Just to show the scale of the house next door, where this garage sits between these two structures. I think the visibility of it is minimal. It's set back 86 feet from the road. The garage itself sits back 26 feet, 10 inches from the front porch. There was discussion, I think some of the board had asked if we could push it back further. I think aesthetically it works where it is for a number of reasons. I would say the ones that are most concerned, related to the HDC's purview, is that the face of this garage sits parallel to the face of the secondary mudroom. And I just think that pushing it back causes other issues for the backyard. It pushes the two structures close together. So I feel strongly would ask the board to consider keeping it where we have in terms of its placement. As far as the structure itself is concerned, we dropped the plate height, we changed the roof pitch and adjusted the front garage doors to have more vertical orientation. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the changes. The E Ford is more appropriate. Thank you. The gable off the rear, in my opinion, should be more subordinate and not the same height, if at all possible. It reads as an kind of an odd configuration. I get the reason for it to have more room in the garage itself. I think there's an attic space. But obviously the interior shouldn't dictate the exterior. So those are my comments, but I appreciate the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any abutters?
I think there is one.
Yep. Peter Ernst, through the chair. Thank you,
Peter,
Chair.
welcome to HCC. Please identify street address.
Sure will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Peter Ernst. I'm speaking on behalf of neighbors at 11 and 13 Lincoln. It's the fourth time that 10 Lincoln new garage has come before HDC for consideration. Last Tuesday, March 28th, HDC held for revisions the new garage with a request for the new garage to be moved back in the lot away from Lincoln Avenue. The siting of the new garage in the revision presented for discussion today, April 4th, has not changed from the second revision, which was submitted 2/9 and discussed by HDC on 3/28. I'll repeat. The revision that we're looking at today did not move the siting of the garage. It's in the exact same location as discussed last week when it was requested to be moved back. I can explain how I see that, and I've pulled up the 2/9 submission versus the 3/30 submission, and I would offer that what's in red on the screen today is not what was presented on 2/9. That was a previous submission. My understanding was that all four of the HDC proposals with regard to beyond the house, we're going to work together. I understand that some are approved in context and then they're amended. The proposed siting of 10 Lincoln's new garage remains unnecessarily prominent from public views on Lincoln Avenue and does not adhere to the siting guides established by Building with Nantucket in mind. I query if this garage structure had been included as an appendage to the new main residence, if it would have been approved. The proposed new garage design presents itself with massing on the side of the main house and is off balance. Page 105 of Building with Nantucket in mind states that garages were normally set back behind the house in the existing location of the garage in the context of the main house today. I would like to thank HDC for its continued rigor in considering the appropriateness of proposals and for only approving projects that build with Nantucket in mind. I'm available through the chair to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Holly, members of the public,
What about Mickey?
hold on a second,
Oh.
please. Mickey is a member of the public,
Okay.
so we're just keeping order. Mickey, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So the roof lines are a big improvement. The E forward is perfect. We would agree with what Holly said about the rear addition being subordinate. I think that should drop down a little bit. But regarding the garage doors, the existing garage has doors that appear to be 7.5 feet tall, as noted on the previous application. The doors you're looking at here are 8.5 feet tall, and the side doors are 7.5 feet tall. So this creates kind of an overscaled garage and just draws more attention to itself. If the doors were normal size, it would fit in much better. And I'll also reiterate what the neighborhood said, is that at the last meeting, the board, I watched the YouTube tape, the board clearly requested that the garage be moved back to the side, to the back of the side addition. And this plan doesn't show it moving at all. We think it's much more appropriate, as stated in Building with Nantucket in mind, for the garage to be back behind or as far back as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey.
Mr. Chair, do I
Yep.
get an opportunity to rebut?
Yep, you got a 1 minute.
Just, I want to talk about Mr. Ernst. He represents, no,
Peter.
this is,
I'm sorry, Matt. No, I just want to say, I just caution you. No ad hominem. If you want to present information, then he'll have an opportunity to rebut it. Go ahead.
I just think it's relevant that the parcels that he represents have garages or structures in front of historic homes right on Lincoln Ave. So I just feel it's a bit rich to say that this structure is non-compliant.
Thank you for most of that, except for that one part. Any questions, anyone? Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Abby piped up first.
Okay, so.
Go ahead.
Just, I love the E forward, smaller doors. I think it should move back 6 feet, maybe you could just cut out that back that nobody seems to like, so, and then it could go back into the, I've always thought it was too close to the main building, so. So, 1, 2, 3. Did you get that?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Val? You
I
have your mic
so
on.
appreciate the E forward. I think that really harkens back to the garage that was there. I wouldn't negate making the garage doors smaller. I think they're probably that size to make the building seem more diminutive, but it is only 11 in height. I do think, if I recall correctly, at the end of the discussion last time, there was a move in the motion to have it move back to the rear of the side jog, and then some discussion about coming in with options and maybe presenting the options. So I think it's pretty clear, by and large, everybody is in favor of it moving back. It's just a matter of how far. Being even with this element in the house is clearly not going to fly, so.
Do you have a position on what the relocation, what relocation is appropriate?
At least halfway on that jog
Okay,
back. It's only gonna diminish a fire pit sitting area, so I think there's plenty of space to do that.
okay. Diane?
I agree with the being forward. The height is good. The doors, I think, should be 7.5, the garage doors. should be 7.5, not 8.5. Because the other doors in the garage are 7.5. I think it should be moved up completely past the jog on the south side. It's now right at the beginning of the jog, and you have a very narrow little thing between the house and the garage. It should move back there next to the cabana, and it should clear however, I have no sizes, however wide that jog is. So it stays free and clear of the house to a sufficient increase.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
I just want to make sure that I understand. So what is in red is originally proposed and what is in black is currently proposed?
Correct.
And we want it further back than what is currently proposed.
That was the motion at the last meeting, was to move the front of the
Yeah.
garage to the rear corner of the.
Okay, I
Front
just want
yard.
to make sure I understood that correctly. You know, when I'm looking at this, from the, you know, the plan view or the, 3D view, it, you know, a lot of the main massing of the main building is forward of the garage. And I mean, I don't have an issue with where it currently sits, looking at the 3D views. I know the rest of the board has concerns, and I would be okay with moving it back as well, or maybe shrinking the building, but looking at it from a street view, from the plan, it doesn't really, it looks to me like it's behind the house, or partially anyways. So I have no concern, and I have no concern with the doors either, so.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Can we bring up the perspective middle drawing? Next sheet down and zoom in on the center.
Yeah, that one there.
And maybe the people can be relocated. Sorry, people.
That'd be great to have that.
With that power comes great responsibility. So for me, the concern is kind of multifold, multifaceted. It revolves around the position of the garage. If I look at this perspective, that garage stands out as a structure almost onto itself. In part because it doesn't relate to the architecture of the main structure, in part because of its location. In part because of the size of the garage doors and both height and width. The other concern about this is it's inappropriate for this particular setting. This property, this garage, or its smaller cousin that's now going to become part of a cabana, part of it will become part of a cabana. Was, can we go back to the site plan, please? And zoom out 3 clicks or 2. Oh. Those are big clicks. Keep clicking. There you go. Okay, so this garage, the garage for this structure was originally located to the south of the cabana, back here. This was a longer lot.
Right.
So for me, having this move up even into the front lot is a big difference, let alone having it immediately adjacent to the structure. Lastly, if you look at the site plan, this is perhaps 4.5 feet from the building. Can we go back to, from the main building, can we go back to the perspective, please? The center one. And zoom in on the center. Yep. Typically, when we see a garage that's this close to a structure, it's not actually a separate garage, it's part of the garage, it's part of the structure. Which is not appropriate for this location. Those are my thoughts. what would we like to do?
Mr. Chair, may I make one more comment?
Yeah, please.
The buildings across the street, while I think Matt mentioned those were in front of the house, those houses that overlook the bluff, correct me if I'm wrong, the front of the house looks at the ocean. So they're actually the back of the house.
I don't know
Some
if
of
that's
them.
true. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pretty familiar with if I could through you, Mr. Chair, I'm pretty familiar with those lots. That house actually is old, same age as this structure. And the structures that were built in front of it were built in the last like 15, 20 years. So that's why this process has been very difficult for us, because those houses across the street, we're talking specifically in terms of context. There was a historic house of the same age across the street that had a big front yard, and structures were built in front of one of which is this underground squash court. Not that I care, and it's not your jurisdiction. So I'm simply trying to get a garage approved that's set
but
back from the face of the house.
Gotcha.
And
The
one of
informational with respect to the neighboring property is appropriate. Getting into the whys and wherefores is not.
well, as a means of context and comparison, I think it is totally relevant.
But it's not. So please, let's move on.
Why is it okay for a
So-
structure across the street to be placed in front of a historic
Matt,
structure? I'm
okay.
sorry.
Permission to treat the applicant's agent as argumentative?
Please do.
Granted. Matt, look, across the street, you can make your argument, that's fine, but let's not carry it on over into reasoning, squash courts, why you want to have it, why they had it in the front yard versus not. We don't know any of that. All we know is that you're making the point, which is reasonable, that they have garages in the front yard. How we respond to that is up to ourselves. But let's just leave it at that. It's fair for you to do it, and we don't have to go back and forth. Please, Bill.
So with that said, if it remains in the position that it's in, it should be connected because it's an illogical amount of space between the two structures.
Happy to connect it,
And
Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm gonna respond to your comment. I would gather that the reason those garages are on the Lincoln side is because if they were on the opposite side, they would be over the bluff. So now, again, that brings us back to the historical context of this particular structure, which is the garage was some 50 or more feet further away from the front of the house than it currently is. That's the historical context that I'm looking at for this particular property, for seeing this particular structure as it was in a historical sense. Having said that, I think we've all had enough. Is there a motion?
I would make a motion. But are you gonna make a motion?
You make one first.
I would make a motion to move the garage back to the edge of the bunker there that,
Front face. No further forward than the rear edge of the job.
right,
Okay,
right,
just make
and-
sure I understand.
that's what I do not think it's good hooking it up to the house because because it's entirely different architecturally finished. So that's what I would do. That's what I would say.
Okay. That's your motion?
Can
And
I,
that's through staff? Matt, I'm sorry, we got a motion.
it just
You could-
kills the backyard, but okay. Thank you.
On Diane's motion, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
I'm an aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries
Thank you.
unanimously. All right, Mr. Chair.
Well, you're still Mr. Chair because Lisa's up for new business at Q21. So I'm gonna actually step away.
16 Easton. We're gonna take a 5-minute break for pizza, folks. Sorry, Lisa, but an army can't march without its stomach having something in it.
I don't know, these are pretty good.
Hi, Lisa. Welcome back. Sorry.
That's okay.
Why don't you go ahead when you see your plans and give us a lead in. We've had a shift change, so we just.
I
gotta
know,
get
that's fine.
working
I know
on
he's
it.
getting them. I see them on his screen now. He's just getting to the share screen part.
What are we doing next?
Okay, so why don't we center the site plan, please?
Let's see if this is the right one, though.
Can we move the people?
Doesn't look like the right site plan.
You want to go right to the elevations?
Yeah, because I think this might be the wrong. Yeah, that's the wrong set of drawings.
So what I would suggest, as opposed to try and labor through this, we hold you and we get the right set of drawings worked out behind the scenes here. And we'll pick you back up.
Okay,
So you guys can whisper, maybe with Holly, and figure out what's going on. So we can actually look at them. Okay, so just chat with Adrian, if you don't mind, Lisa, to get a set of drawings up. Hopefully they're digitized and ready to go. Yeah, we're gonna move to the next one.
Which is
56 old. So it's you.
56 Chip, you on? Oh, hang on. Chip, you there? I know you are.
Yeah,
on.
I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, now we can.
Good
Okay.
evening, everyone. How's that pizza?
Okay. You'll point.
Hill Point, hello. So Chip Webster here on behalf of the applicant, and if I can share the screen, I'd like to walk you through our proposal.
Go ahead, Chip.
Yeah, it's sharing now. Okay, did this come up on your side? All right.
Go ahead, Chip.
Yes, okay, this is proposed additions and renovations at 56 Hill Point Road. This is the site plan. It's an existing house remaining in the existing location. Here is the locus. Here's some photographs of the existing structure. The existing structure was built in 1984. So it's not historic. And we have, this is the south elevation. Now I also have, at the last meeting, there was a request for some additional photos. So I'm going to just flip over to those quickly. Did that come up okay? You should be looking at an aerial photo. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, aerial photo of the property, aerial photo from the opposite side. And these are from the street. The lower right-hand drawing is a Google map showing the location of the 5 shots, and then the blue lines go to that corresponding photograph. So starting in the upper right-hand side, this is the approach. Before you get to the property, you can see the roof line of the house a bit. As you get to the edge of the property, that's the middle photo on the top. You see the second floor gable. When you get to the corner, that's probably when you start to see the most. You see the whole second floor, part of the first floor.
Hey, Chip, let's speed it up a little bit.
Okay. Well, these photos are self-explanatory. Here's some photos of some of the other houses abutting the house, showing that most of the houses in the region are very large. I'll go back to the proposed revision. So this is that's what I'm doing right now. So you should be seeing the south elevation.
Right.
So the proposed revisions are in red. The existing south elevation is on the top. It's pretty self-explanatory. There's proposed additions to the right-hand side, some reconfiguration of the dormers, and in addition, an entry change on the left-hand side. This is the north side. It faces sort of corner-wise towards Yale Point. At the top, we have the existing, on the bottom, again, the proposed revisions are bubbled in red. East elevation, same thing, existing on the top, proposed revisions on the bottom in red. And the final elevation, the west elevation, again, existing and proposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any neighbors or anything online to discuss this?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's going to go straight to the board. This is going to be our regular board on this. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
I'm okay with the proposed, I just think on the south, which I guess is behind.
Correct.
I would join those two dormers together. I think it's a little jumpy having two and make it like you know, just one large dormer, just to quiet it down. Other than that, I think it actually, you know, boosts this house a little bit and gives it a little facelift. So that's all I
Okay.
have. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, Abby. Get that, Chip? She just gave. us
Yeah,
some
so her
square
microphone's a
footage.
little soft, but it sounded like connect the dormers on the
Yes,
south elevation.
exactly. On the south. But let's
On the
see if
south.
we have other people on that. Who's next? Diane Coombs, what do you think?
I think, just a question on that south elevation,
Yes,
the two dormers. Are not the same height. On the same facade of the house. I don't know how that would look.
I think they are the same height. I think it's an optical illusion.
they are exactly the same height.
Are they?
Yeah. They're
My
identical.
drawing, they didn't look like that, but that's
Yeah.
fine, if that's what it is. I would like to see two windows in the larger shed dormer and taking one out of the little dormer on the right-hand side. Have two windows in the other, two windows.
Oh, you mean instead of the triple, Diane?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. So you mean for a total of 3 windows there rather than 4?
yeah.
Yeah, I get you. All right. You just want to undo the,
Two, that's all.
I hear what you're saying. Okay.
I just think for the location on the, oh, that's the existing east. Still, I don't know what's the reason they are not having, they're having a 1/1 on this side of the house,
Well, where?
on the east elevation.
East elevation. Do you mean the 4
Oh,
light
wait a
windows?
minute, it's just not picking up. I had to put it up. Thank you. I'd like to see a window on the first floor, on the
Oh,
taller thing,
on the east side.
on the east side.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair, if I might add, the staircase is there. That's the reason there's not a window.
Well, there's such a thing as a fake window too, but let's see whether Diane's concern is shared by
Yeah.
other members.
The,
Was that, yeah?
what elevation is this? The north elevation. I
Mhm.
don't know, the fenestration just seems a little not well put together. I think the triple windows up on the second floor and then the two spread really far out on the first, either have 2 on the second floor and 3 on the first floor, or bring them in so they're not quite so close to the outside of the house. And there's a lot of sort of just empty single space on that, in that area, and I think it makes the house heavier to have the triple up above. So that's it for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Val.
Okay, pretty simple, house as it sits. I think, the south is not really what we're going to see, but I would not be in favor of one big dormer. I would actually rather see two of the same size or some other arrangement. The front door, which faces north, I think it's important for that to stay a door that says on the front of the house instead of a 15 light. I don't disagree with Diane about the triple
On the
Yeah.
north.
on the north,
Mhm.
and I think that's all I have.
Okay, Val, thank you. Stephen.
Sure, largely agree with Val. On the south, I think if we're gonna change those windows on the dormers, I would just suggest, well, first of all, I don't think that they're inappropriate as they're, I don't love them, but they're not inappropriate. Those are my comments on the windows.
The triple.
Yeah, the triple. It ties in with the vernacular below. So there's a common language there as opposed to just having dormers. If we're druthers.
I'm sorry, Ray, can you guys turn up your microphones a little
Oh,
bit?
sorry, Chip, can you hear me?
Now I can, yes, thank you.
I had a feeling I was projecting a little strongly earlier. I was trying to quiet things down a little bit, turning my mic off. Basically, I agree with Val. And if we're gonna get picky on the dormer windows, I would suggest structural molds there and in one of the window sets below. As opposed to separating them. On the front of the house, your north elevation, I presume there's stairs there now. You don't have like a floating balcony. That's on the north, that's a CAD thing. It has to be.
Floating balcony, there's an existing stair on that main mass. You can see where the window's missing to the left of the door. Is that your question?
Yeah.
The existing.
Yeah, so Chip, the point there is just, you're gonna need to add those for the drawings. The stairs aren't reflected in the drawings.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the stairs are inside the house.
No.
No, Chip, please go to the north.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, yes. you're
North
correct.
existing,
Yeah, yeah,
just-
yeah.
add some stairs. It doesn't, it's not a big deal. It's not even, it's just for the record. And as I said, I agree with Val on the comments on the door. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The only thing that I'm strongly in favor of is getting a proper front door rather than the 15 light. I could go either way on that back dormer. It sounds like maybe the consensus view is to leave it separated. And I kind of don't care how the window issue is dealt with in terms of the mold windows, the ganged windows. Does somebody want to hazard a motion on this? Yeah.
I wasn't sure, I got confused about the three mold windows. The ones on the north, did somebody say they wanted those just to do windows?
I
and
think
not
Val
mold? Yes.
or Diane wanted two.
Cause I think that I didn't know if you were talking about the back, so I would be in favor of unmold.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try.
Yeah, go ahead, Val.
I would motion to approve through staff with the following changes. On the south, for the triple in the second dormer to be separated windows. For the door on the north to be a 6-panel or some other proper type of solid door with trim around it, and the secondary mass that's being added to take out the middle window, so that's just two separated windows
On the north.
on the north.
Yeah.
And that is my motion.
Okay, and well, we'll clean up the stairs, Chip, for the record set that's going in, right? The porch.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that is Val's motion. All those in favor of Val's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go, Chip. So
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thanks. is everything straightened out with,
No,
the answer is no?
no. So I'll-
No. Okay. So now we're gonna go to the Stevens Show at 18 Center Street. That's old business of March 7th. By the way, Matthew is pulling all of his applications till next Tuesday, so the emeritus stuff you're gonna skip,
okay.
just so you know. Okay? No, I don't need to.
So we will go, let me announce your board, which is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie, and this is 18 Center Street, Sconset driveway. Nicole, we can see you, we can't hear you yet. There you go. So you go ahead, Nicole, you can present and we'll go through the process from there.
Alyssa, do you want to help present? I think she's on as well.
Yeah, sure, Nicole. Nicole's driving, so she might be having some issues. So she asked me to step in and just present for her driveway application here at 18 Center Street. I'm Alyssa Corey with Twig Perkins, Inc.
Welcome, Melissa. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So based on, this was the original application that you're looking at here, based on the suggestions of the HDC, we revised it to have two tracks basically made of stone with grass in between. And in the meantime, we have gone to the planning board and applied for having the driveway within 25 feet of a public way and also not having an apron, which was required and didn't make any sense because the apron would be almost as wide as the driveway itself. And that was approved. Everything was approved by planning board. So now we're back to you with Stephen's suggested layout, I believe, and looking for approval for this look.
Okay, thank you. Right, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, 18 Center Street is an individually significant historic resource within the old historic district of Sconset, from circa 1814, attributed to Matthew Barney and the Frederick Mitchell. And we have a new Form B thanks to Sconset Trust. Actually, between 1797 to 1814. As mentioned, applicant submitted to the planning board for a special permit on the on-site parking space within 25 feet of the public way and to reduce the size of the space to 15 feet, which was approved, I believe, March 13th. The driveway proposal of grass flanked by local field stones is an appropriate use within the OHD of Sconset. Based on the photographs and seeing the site for myself recently, I was curious on what else is being proposed on the property, as there seems to be a little additional work going on. In addition to you all did approve a COA last year. So that was my only comment on looking at the photos and looking at the site. But other than that, the proposal before you is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. And do we have anything from butters?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, Mr.
And do we
Chair.
have anything from the public?
No, I believe the group that's been reviewing in Sconset is satisfied with this proposal.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any questions? It seems pretty simple.
I thought
Go
I
ahead.
got a letter today from a person, I don't know what they were talking about. There's some sort of agreement in that area, and it said 18 Center Street. I don't know what it was. I thought you would have it, so I don't have it.
Okay, let me just check. Holly, did we get correspondence?
I'm not aware of a correspondence for 18 Center Street.
So nothing official has come to the HDC.
Okay.
Would you like to begin? Concerns, if any?
Can you tell me whose land all that construction with the upside down bucket is and the blue rubbish thing, does that belong to them and being worked on or not?
I don't know, Diane. So it's not, side work isn't part of our advertised agenda.
Well, I wondered whether
If if there's an
There,
issue,
do not see that?
Like they're reaching.
It's in front of the house.
right? But I guess my point is, it's not to be pointed, but it's not germane to
Not
the
to me,
application.
this
If there,
application, okay.
I just want to be clear though, Holly mentioned there might be some other potential issue that gets handled through separate venue. So we're looking at the driveway. With her comments noted.
I believe they said that whatever it was made out of was not fitting in the historic part of Wisconsin.
Who said?
I thought Holly read that, did you?
No, Holly said she has no concern.
So it's okay what they're wanting to put in there.
Well, that's up to us to decide.
Yeah,
Abby?
Well, so I'm fine with the driveway, but it does look like in other pictures that there was a hedge, across the front of the thing. Is that going back? I think it should go back. So up to the driveway. But that's not part of this application, but I'm just, I'm fine with the driveway, but I just want her to know that it did have a hedge and it should go back.
Okay, fair enough.
I would do the driveway too.
Okay,
I just got in.
thank you both. Vale?
I have no concerns.
Okay. Let's see, Nicole, your other board member is gonna be
Me.
Carrie.
And I'm fine with this as well.
And can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted, but
Noting privet
that the privet
as a
must
separate
be
matter.
put back, as it's not indicated that it was.
Okay, so it's a motion to approve. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. All right, we're gonna move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you for making it relatively easy for us here at the HTC. And I mean that sincerely. Let's see, 18 McLean.
Mr. Chair, excuse
Yep.
me. We do have paper copies for 16 Easton.
Okay,
If we wanna go back to that. Yeah.
yeah,
what's
let's go to that. I'd like an explanation though, what the snafu was there. We're gonna revert to 16 Easton, and I'd like an explanation, please. I think Connie was next. Yeah, and then Jesse would be. Connie, you're gonna sit on this one. Connie. Here you go.
Hi,
Okay, Lisa, everyone's got it.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what the snafu was in terms of the file. I believe Historic Structures did take a look at this application. They took a look at two, so this was something we had submitted after the last application had gone in. The desire was to change the massing on the studio of this lot to match more of the massing of more of the other structures.
Okay,
It's a real street.
and do we have a copy of the prior approval?
It's probably on this back.
Can we pull that up on the screen?
Yeah, we didn't put it on the sheet because it was a different building, but it was a hip roof. It was the previous drawings that they had brought up.
Yeah, so will you, Adrian, pull up the elevations of what's on file on the hard drive? And then.
Yeah, that's it.
Can we move the people? And then I just, so we don't lose track of it, is the application that's included with this for what's proposed, the text portion of the application? The actual COA application, or is that?
I think Tammy probably updated it when she brought in the new
Okay,
drawings.
do we have a copy of that? I'd like to look at it. Okay, guys,
I don't know
so
if she did.
can I get your momentary attention? What's on the screen now? On the left, the smaller of each set is what was previously approved versus what's in front of you, which is being proposed now. Can we take it in like a 3%? Anything we can get would probably be beneficial. Go to the one further to the right, the drop down, see if you can get a. I don't know where you're at.
So again, that was the previously approved. That's,
Okay,
I see, you want to compare them.
questions? Oh, wait, let's back up. Beep, beep. Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so this gym was previously approved through staff. It looks like, I think, May of last year, because I remember reviewing it and looking at the COA right now. And as you remember, this is the site of the old Driftwood, the 1880 Gambrel. This is an additional structure on the lot. This is obviously fenestration and revisions to the new studio. The Gambrel dwelling seems to be appropriate to the site, and the details with the flare of the skirt, the piers, should match the main house, and the garage already reviewed, I believe, and approved. The first floor is elevated to meet FEMA flood. And I think my only concern or question was I didn't see that indicated on the elevation, and I don't remember if we received an elevation certificate. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Holly. Any abutters? Public?
Nope, I think Mickey's here.
Okay, Mickey?
Yeah, Lisa, this is what you're reviewing here, right? This, what's on the screen? That's the.
No, no.
Mickey, so what you're at the, with respect to reviewing disadvantage, because we have paper copies of a 1-story, 1.5-story gambrel structure that's was proposed to be replacing what was previously approved.
Right, and I think Mickey, what's confusing is I think you reviewed as your board, both of these applications. But
Okay,
this one it's theoretically been pulled, and it was the second application that you guys reviewed that we're asking you to look at.
okay, so now I do see it. It is a gambrel.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like 1.5 stories.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
we did have a couple of comments on that, and it just feels a little tall. The other building was considerably shorter. So this is now basically a 2-story building, and it's kind of a tall, narrow building. Proportionally, it seemed like it could probably come down a little bit. But that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Questions on what's been presented, so you're clear on what we're looking at and reviewing? Any or other questions?
I personally would like to see the garage
No, I have the main house.
next to this because they're right next to each other. And,
We jump right into comments. Go ahead.
oh, well, I thought that was a question. Sorry. I think the building in and of itself is cute and appropriate. I just have concern. It's 27.8 where the other one was 16 something, and I don't remember what the garage stature was. That's my concern.
I have that elevation on my phone, and I did bring the main house.
Okay.
Just show us.
Actually, can you please email it to Adrian and
Yep.
you can post it?
Oh, yeah, I can.
It's not working.
That's part of the problem.
Can you please email it to Holly?
I can. Let me find it.
Why?
Because I'm not connected to my. You email it to me. Oh, we can't put it up here.
But you can't put it up. Oh, you're not connected to the screen, to the projector? Gotcha. Okay. Oh,
This will take a little breather.
Okay.
Because I'm with Val. I'd like to see what that looks like, because this is 27 and it was 17. It's a big change. So I want to see how it relates to the pieces.
fair enough. Diane?
Yeah, same thing. I just
Okay.
put it up.
Connie?
I would be interested, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to add a view and we want to get a picture of, we want to get the image of, I would like to see the elevation of this in relation to what else is on the site. And then do a view.
You mean as separate things or?
Well,
meld
just
them
one
together?
elevation that shows, street view basically of the elevations of this or perspective, whichever, I don't want it to be something that mischaracterizes it to your disadvantage. I just would like to see something that represents the prior approvals in the background, shade them out to represent depth, however you want to do it. And
Okay.
then I think a view would be appropriate for context. I don't necessarily have an issue with what's proposed, but I want to see it in context.
Is there any chance it could come back soon then?
Yeah, but, yeah, what do you guys think?
Well, Lisa, can I ask?
Please go ahead.
Is the newly proposed, is it the same footprint as the last? or is
It's a
it
little
larger?
different just because we don't have the secondary mass. It's just been turned into one mass. Do you know, see the old footprint had a little hipped roof that came off a part of it.
Is the red the old one? Because it's gotten quite, well, I mean, it's larger, so. Yeah, I see it. No, that's the wrong one. What's? That's the garage. Okay, that's the one we want to see. Okay.
All right. So do we, and maybe next Tuesday, subject to having all the information provided digitally and you guys being able to present. Val, are you, where are we with this?
I'm good with that.
Okay. So is there a motion to hold over till Tuesday, subject to additional information, and a view?
And
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
if that could
We're
also
gonna still
include the elevation information.
Yeah, I'll add
I
those
just-
to the drawings.
just
I'm
taking
sorry.
up, I want to take an opportunity. There are some best practices we adopted. They include the certificate and a format. And to certify that the height that's proposed is what's
Mhm.
the engineer stipulated and it conforms with FEMA regs. So and this isn't directed at you necessarily,
No, I
Lisa, but
know.
we want to have that as part of an application for the application to be complete.
I understand there is that letter is in the file for the other buildings. I can make copy of it. What we failed to do, which I can do, is put the finished floor elevation on this set of drawings.
Okay.
Because it's not there, but the letter is in the file and it's the same for all three structures that
So
are,
all wrapped up in a bow for Tuesday
yes,
and a view before.
yes. So I will get you everything by Friday.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Sorry.
Not yet.
Bye.
Who made the motion?
You did.
Oh.
That's why we can't be interrupted. Diane, all in favor, say aye.
I said aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries you.
Let's see. So let's see, where
I
do
don't
we
think I
leave
was
off?
on this, was I?
Oh, wait, it's back to you
I was.
with Lindsay.
Lindsay, good evening.
Hey there.
You are here for
18
18
McLean.
Plain Lane, Pullen Hardscape. Once you get it up there, can we go to the site plan, please? And if it's zoom in sufficiently, we can see the entire site plan and hopefully some of the topography.
So board had requested, there's a concern of maybe some visibility. In order to address that, we added evergreens along the rear and then also some in the front at the end of the driveway. Since the new structure is not built or yet, it's just proposed. It would hide that whole back area. In the meantime, we were asked to reduce the size of the pool, which we did. We went from I think we took 6 feet off of it. And then we moved the pool closer to the house by a couple feet, which was another request by the board. So I think we kind of addressed everything you guys have concerns with.
Okay, great. Questions, anyone on what's been presented? Concerns? Short declarative statements in keeping with building with Nantucket in mind, please. And Hemingway. No concerns?
But what's the size of the pool now?
I think we've reduced it
16
to
by 30.
30. Yeah, it was 36 originally, so we took 6 feet off of it.
No concerns?
Not from me.
Okay. I just want to check one thing. I don't see the application and here itself? Did I miss it?
It's up top.
Got like a burned corner on it.
Oh, I flipped through it. Fast
It may or
finger.
may not be coffee.
Okay, my only comment would be that we want to indicate that they're on the application, that there's no grade change. Do we hear a motion through staff
So
and with our
Alright.
caveat? Go ahead, Diane.
make a motion to approve as submitted, notifying the vegetation that is to be in place at the time of inspection, and that there is no change of the land.
And inspection thereafter?
Yeah,
Okay, and,
forever and ever.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're holding the emeritus applications numbers 3 and 4 for representation, which brings us to number 5, which is 2 Howard Court, Brooke, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, and Jesse.
No, I'm not on it.
Said you
Oh.
refused.
Center. Sorry, no one looks at that one. Decent.
Are we waiting on anything?
No, I was just waiting for, to be given the go ahead.
Please speak
I
over
got,
us.
yeah, let's go.
So the last meeting, can you scroll the photo of the drawing up so the whole page is in view? Thank you. So the last meeting that we were here, the proposal was for just a fairly standard lean-to shape with the roof line in the same plane as the wart that sat next to it. The commission was concerned about how far out it projected, as well as how long the wart appeared in its current form. So what I did was I pulled the addition in 1.5 feet, and I also did a hip return to just reduce the impact of the shingle appearance on the south elevation. And everything else, I think, was a non-issue, but that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thanks, Brooke. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this was originally a circa 1930 garage with an addition that you all approved in 2020. I believe that the request by the board to make the addition flush with the pergola has been done. I think Brooke has made that successful. The south French door, however, should be a 12 light with a kick panel. But to be consistent within the OHD, but I question its visibility. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mickey, is it Mickey on?
Yes.
Yep, I'm
Uh,
here.
Hi, anything?
Yes.
Okay.
We felt that the proportions of the addition are they're narrow and they're kind of awkward. If this wasn't on the front of the building, it might be acceptable as kind of a quirky addition. But as it's presented, it kind of detracts from the facade, the character of the facade. There's room on on the north of the property of the building, there's room for a small addition on the north side where it would look much better. So that's it, thanks.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Let's see, board members, you know who you are. Love to hear from you.
I don't have any good news. I kind of like the previous. I think the hip roof is just so, it seems so out of place where your original one just had, the eave forward with the simple window and the trellis going into it. I think that's a lot simpler and a less noisy. I love a hip, but I think here I know you have a hip, it's a lovely house. It's a neat, really neat house. It's too bad you have to do anything at all, but I kind of like the previous.
Okay, all right, thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Appreciate the changes. I don't disagree with some of the comments about the proportions, but I'll note the north elevation is visible only from the very end of Howard Court and obliquely. So the prominent perspective and proportion, excuse me, wasabi peas, is the east elevation, which I don't find inappropriate. And the south elevation will be viewed obliquely. Brooke, is there a 6-foot board fence there, I believe, from memory? Along the
Yes,
left side?
this building on the south elevation is very close to the neighbor. There's a board fence. It's heavily vegetated. It is very difficult to see that elevation, except for very quickly if you're walking, down Howard Court to the end.
Okay, thank
yeah.
you. So for those reasons, I believe this is approvable.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you ready?
The east elevation
It's the front.
is the front, yeah. I don't know the suggestion that Mickey made of having the little warts go on to the other side, but it's crowded up there anyway, and I guess I could go with what is here at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Thank you. I will go with the board on what they think is best. I honestly, either versions don't seem that obtrusive to me.
You mean the initial one or this
Initial
one?
one, yeah. I mean, it's almost like the initial one a little better.
You almost like the initial one better.
The previous
Yeah.
submission, yeah. But I could go either way. I think either of them are not that obtrusive, so.
Interesting. What were you gonna say, Abby?
How deep is the addition you're proposing with that?
I think our initial proposal was like 13.6 and we dropped it down to 12.
Yeah, that's right. It's 12, it says 12 and then it's 8.3 across. And then on the other side with the trellis side, it looks like it's like, 5. That's all right.
Well, you mean the projection?
Yeah, because yeah, that's what I'm worried about. What is it gonna look like coming down Howard Street on the left? Is it gonna project and look very odd coming off that main mass? Are you talking about the south elevation?
So the width of that is 8.3. It's
How far does this project off that main mass?
Well, it projects about 12 feet, 5 feet off of the little wart that's already there.
Yeah.
And it is, and now it has been brought back so that there's some alignment between it and the pergola, which is a defining feature of the front of that building. Yeah. There you go. There's your dimensions right there. On the left hand side, Abby.
Brooke, is that a pergola remaining? Is that? what's
Yes.
happening?
Yeah, pergolas.
No, but is it gonna get rebuilt?
Okay, it's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Sorry.
Okay, so I actually preferred option number one. particularly given that you've brought it back. And I also wonder why, it would be nice if this were more in the same size as the piece that's already projecting with the pergola on top of it. So my question is, why can't the eave come down so that the window is basically tucked under the eave, which would make the whole thing a little bit lower and also more consistent with what's happening around it. That, of course, is using option one, because I disagree with Abby that the hip roof is inappropriate, but I agree that a half of a hip is inappropriate.
Yeah.
And it is a half of a hip.
Right. So
cut
what you're saying is to
Go back to the shed.
go back to the shed, drop the eave line down enough so that it
So, the window's basic, so there's no shingle space between the window head and the eave.
yeah.
Which will line up.
Which I think you can do.
Yes, I think that I was taking my cues from the adjacent warp, but I agree with you that it's a worthwhile exercise.
All right, well, so what do we want to do with this one,
We
folks?
could do it through staff.
Oh, I definitely like to do something through staff, and I think that there might be consensus, I'm not sure, but I think there's consensus to take it from a half hip back to the regular old
Lean-to warp.
shed roof.
Yep.
And just drop that eve around.
Yeah, the single pitch. Do we want to do that?
Can
And
we
then
go
drop
back-
the eave?
Can we go back to the, I think the east? Yeah, okay.
Shall we?
Yes.
Somebody?
Motion to approve through staff with the previous submission with the eave dropping to match the
You can say,
lower pergola rail.
well, you can basically say, have no shingle space between the eave and the window head casing.
So there is no shingle space between the eave and the window casing.
And that was a through staff. So all those in favor of Jesse's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, so that's, you're opposed to it. Okay, so that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed. All right, so that's Brooke. Now we're on to new business. First up,
Thank you.
thanks, Brooke. 74 Westchester.
I'm gonna sit off this one.
Okay, let's see. Connie, I don't think we've heard from you all night long, right? So let's start with you. Okay. Stephen,
Yep.
go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. This is first 10 by 12 shed at 74 Westchester. We've been working with Nantucket surveyors to locate a small shed in this lot where there's extensive wetlands. There's been extensive wetlands on this lot for a long time. And the red lines that to locate the shed is the only possible location the shed could really go without causing any parking violations or anything else. Let it be noted that there are, in the neighborhood, there are 5 sheds that are in the front yard setback. If we scroll through the photographs, you will see a shed at 71 Westchester Street, which is up close to the front of the road and clearly visible with the wide driveway that is there. That is actually 76, but it's another example of the same thing. Shed is visible through the opening in the driveway. 71 Holly, I believe, is one more down. Oh yeah, I don't know why I got sideways. Sorry about that, but there it is there. And if we go to the one that shows the shed location on the site, on the photograph, the 74, you'll see it in red right there. It's approximately 3 feet between the house and the shed itself. And there are no doors that face the street. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can't talk. When I was first reviewing this, I was a little confused. I thought it was actually moving a shed from one site to the other, but I actually figured it out that it was to show that these sheds within the neighborhood are placed in the front, and that's probably due to the wetlands in the neighborhood. With that consistency, with the fact that the proposed elevation of the shed doesn't seem to be atypical from what you've all approved previously, and that it seems to have similar characteristics of the main dwelling, I have no concern. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with the shed itself. It's perfectly fine. The location is kind of awkward, so prominent, but I can see there's no other place to put it. The wetlands kind of block that other side. Don't love it, but fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start?
I'd like to go.
Yep.
Because I drive by here frequently. I think the one at 76 is inappropriate. And I think we're starting to make a precedence here. And I think it obscures the front of the building, so I think I wouldn't be in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Val, you ready?
I do agree with Abby. I think it's an odd position, an odd place to put it. It's too bad it can't go where the stone patio and fire pit are, but I understand why it's where it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, Diane?
Well, I have the same opinion. We don't very often put a shed, and I know there are a lot of sheds there on that street, but if there's no else place to put it, then I would go with it. But I would rather see it tucked around the other side and back. But you get run into wetlands, I know.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
I guess I don't love it either, but there's no other choice. Go with it. Why can't it go to the other side of the driveway?
If you look at the wetland map, Abby, there, there's
Okay,
no
let's
place,
not- Okay,
no place.
Right at the end of the driveway, it looks like you could put it tucked around and you could. So I
Okay.
don't understand.
We've worked for,
okay, can I speak?
you may,
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah, you're
Thank
welcome. I didn't know you wanted to.
Yeah, I get to speak too. So unlike the other two where they have a nice front porch, and they've got these humanizing elements on the front of the house that the shed does not obscure. All we would, the porch piece, which is kind of the nice piece of this house. I don't like the cross gable 2-story box or the thing facing out to Westchester Street. Now we're going to get another piece of opaque box, another box that's going to obscure the porch, which is like the nice piece of this house. So I'm, vehemently against the location of this. And, if there's no other location because of the wetlands, then I don't know what to say. That's my opinion. So any other discussion on this?
If I may make a quick comment, if there was another location, we would be happy to move it there.
Well, have you ever considered like joining it up with the building? What?
Ground cover.
What's your front?
It's a zoning shed.
Yep.
Okay, well, anyway, there's the opinion of the board.
For revisions and give it one more shot.
Sounds good. I like that's a good.
There's a lot of resistance and we don't want the denial, so that's.
Yeah.
fine. So
Sounds
I
good.
would make that motion.
All
for
right.
revisions.
Thank you, Abby. All those in favor of Abby's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Mr. Chairman, was there any direction with that revision?
Just see what you can do. No, you're the designer.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, 14 Roberts Lane. Is Stephen still off, by the way? Oh, you're on this one?
Oh,
Oh.
I have to sit off. I did these houses for Kirsten.
Okay. Let's see. So now rotation, that would bring us to Carrie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, are you ready for me to start?
ready for you to start.
Okay, so the system is for, as you know, Karsten and Julie Rainamo and 14 Roberts, and it's not a well-traveled way. It's used primarily by the residents of Roberts Lane. And solar is fitting for the neighborhood. There's 2 other existing systems on Roberts Lane. One is a few doors down on the same side, the other is right across the street. The roof is a darkish gray asphalt. House is set back 150 feet from the road. The front of the house faces south, and the only option for them to have solar power is to put the panels on the front of the house. There's not enough space on the lot for a ground mount, and there's not enough room on the cottage dormers for a system. The north-facing roofs of their main house are not conducive to solar due to the orientation. So that's what we have. I believe Karsten is in the room and would like to speak. So I'd like to introduce him and have him take it from here.
All set?
Yep.
My name is Karsten Rainamo, for the record,
Is his mic on?
14 Roberts Lane. As she said, a lot of it, it's a very rural road. I think you all know where it is, just off Vespa. There's 9 houses that are on the street. Most of the traffic is just from those homes. There is no through traffic on the street. Once in a while, you'll get a walker, a dog, somebody walking their dog, or somebody passing through, but very, very little. So it is quite rural. In the front of my home, here in the picture here, well, this is a better picture here for that. On the front of the property, all the way across, except for the driveway, I have a berm. And the berm is approximately 3 feet high. And on the berm, I have quite a bit of beach grass.
It's for the.
Okay, yeah. So all the way across is a berm, like I said, about 3 feet high. And on the top of the berm, there's beach grass is planted all the way across it. When I walked in here tonight, I couldn't help but notice that this berm right outside this window here is very similar to what I have, but this berm is higher. It's about 5 feet, mine's only 3. But the beach grass on top of the berm is very similar. And when that beach grass, right now I have it cut down. I don't know if you can see it. It's trimmed down, but in another month or so it starts blooming, and it gets quite thick and bushy, and you can't really see through it too well. One of the proposals that I say is maybe we could, if it was the pleasure of this board, maybe a little bit more beach grass to fill in so you don't see hardly anything. I would not be opposed to a few trees or some evergreens to block it even more. The panels, a good portion of the panels are on those dormers. And the dormers are, as you know, only a 4-inch pitch. So they're flat, so they're invisible from the street. The only ones you see is the ones that are on the top of the roof there. I've done quite a bit of homework on this, and I've gone around my whole neighborhood and up and down the streets, and of course there's solar, more and more solar all the time now. But I come across this, I don't know, can you put this on the screen?
No.
Yeah. So that home that you people are looking at now is on Pond Road. Pond Road is 2 blocks over from my home, right on Meadowview Drive. A very, very similar situation. The road is about the same size as mine. There are 10 homes on that road, and I believe it's kind of about the same rural capacity. That the only people that use that road are probably mostly the people that live on it. So that picture that I showed was passing around there. I was driving down the street, and that picture is taken right from my car window. That house is that you're looking at the pictures approximately 50 feet from the street. And the solar panels are on the front of the building facing the street. There's not much screening at all in that particular one. I think Heaven would be willing to do even more screening if that's appropriate.
Okay.
As I say, on my road, I think you people probably know this, but I don't have any neighbors across the street. And the road itself, there are no vacant lots, so there will be no more building other than maybe a second dwelling. But across the street from me, in both directions, about 100 yards, it's all wetlands. So I have no neighbors all on the other side of the street from me.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think there's any other thing that I could say that would enhance this, but I'll be happy to answer any questions. I'll work with you with the idea of more screening if that's what this board thinks.
Okay, thank you, Carson. Now let's hear from the board. Carrie, Stephen, Abby. Yeah,
I think,
Abby can go.
yeah, so you've got a lovely house here. I hate to see it cluttered with, solar, but, I would not be opposed to them going on the dormers and on the left-hand side, because
I mean, the little single story piece.
yeah, the little single story, please. That gives you, I don't know if this, probably not enough, but it gives you 6,
It gives you 12.
12. I think the one's going across, but it's a bit distracting, and I think it's going to take away from your really nice house there. So I don't want to do that, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Who's next?
I have a question.
Yes.
The garage, although it's closer to the street from the photographs, it looks like there's a big evergreen that blocks most of the garage. And because it would not be on the front of the garage, it's on the side of the garage, even though it's facing the street. Rather than having those two strips, I agree with Abby that the dormers and that side piece might be okay, but to get the extra, can you put them on the dormer of the garage? It's facing south.
Warmer.
It's not on this,
Because
right?
the garage
There's a lot
faces
more
the same
evergreen.
direction.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot more evergreen, stuff in front of the garage.
Wouldn't disagree with that. Okay, was that it?
Yeah, it might take care of the number of panels
I
they
think
need.
it would. Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I think Harry's idea is good, using the garage. And it's tucked away just a little bit, so it won't be so seen. And it's not on the front of the building, so it fulfills that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
I wouldn't be adverse to, as opposed to the garage, having it on the rear dormer with the reverse pitch mount, because you're gonna get sun on that roof most of the year on that rear roof, and you're gonna probably get, I would think, another set of smaller panels in addition to what would be on the front. So dormers on the front, which is not totally consistent with our rules, so I would be looking at this being a test case. I do think that there should be, I want to point out that the Pond Road structure, thank you for the images, that is primarily behind some evergreens and a tree that was planted as part of that approval. Yeah, so I think a tree somewhere, it's going to be Arbor Day soon. It doesn't have to be a massive tree, but some type of a deciduous tree in the field of view. Doesn't even have to be down on the berm, but somewhere that would help to visually screen the solar on the front dormers. That would be the case of what was approved further down on the corner of Cato and Roberts too. There was more screening in front of that structure. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, So it sounds like there's no support for the 2 rows of solar that would be above and below the dormers on the front. But alternative proposals have been put in, suggested for the dormer of the garage, for the north facing dormer of the main house with a reverse angle on it, which I believe could work quite well. And for the dormers on the house, plus the single story mass off to the left-hand side of the main mass of the house. So do you want to kick that around with Karen?
No, I'm, a lot of this sounds good. Did you calculate, am I gonna be able to get the same amount of panels?
Well, I'm just looking at this and what I think you're missing is, was it total of 12 panels or 6 panels? 12. So that dormer on the garage is rather large, so I think you're going to fit a number of panels on that.
On the front of the garage?
Yeah, on the front of the garage.
The one that
Well, see, the
faces-
point,
faces the road.
Carson, was that the garage actually already has screening in front of it that's
Yeah.
quite adequate. And you see the garage less, even though it's closer than the road, you see it less than the house.
And it's on
So-
the side, not the front.
And it's on the side. So, well, you said that, but like the
So let me
It's
just.
on
ask
the
you,
side of the building as you're looking at the building. It is facing the street, but it's not on the front
Now I
side of the building.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So let me just, I didn't realize that you could put reverse solar
Yes.
panels on the back of my, on the, well, it would be on
dormers
the- on the
pitched
north
like
side.
this.
Right.
So
And you put it
would
like
they be up
this.
high?
Yeah, so basic,
Yeah.
so basically you could cover the rear dormer with the exception of where the vent pipe, stack pipes are. There'd have to be, panels around it. There would be a frame involved, but the cost benefit analysis would be a frame that either makes those level or inclines them slightly towards the front, just slightly, so you capture winter sun.
I see.
Versus on the garage, you're gonna need different electronics for the system on the garage than you are on the house. And that cost, I presume, is gonna be dramatically more, but I don't know.
I see.
So the rear dormer
So
allows you to utilize.
The dormer facing north could have all panels, but
Yeah.
it'd be reverse.
And you'd never
Reverse.
see them from the road.
Yeah.
I see.
Never see them.
Because, I mean, I know you guys aren't, your purview is not financial. But all the specs that I've gotten, 40% to the north, 100%.
No, yeah. No, this is different.
Well, that reverse inclination will address that.
So Carson, what would you like us to do? Do you want to consult with Karen about?
No, I
like-
don't, I want to finish this up. This has been long enough.
So
I'm happy with the side roof
Okay,
and the dormers. And
Stephen's gonna craft the
what I-
motion.
What I can do is I can financially look at either the back dormer like you're proposing, or the garage roof like she's proposing, either one.
right.
Whatever works the best. I assume that you would allow either. And that'll be
Yes.
fine with me.
Well, it'll all be in Stephen's motion. Go for it, Stephen.
So through staff to relocate the solar that's on the main house, main roof to either the rear dormer of the main house or to the garage dormer at the applicant's option, if on the main house, regardless, plant a tree somewhere in the front yard to help screen the front of the house from the street.
That'll be added into the,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't mind putting up a.
so you have your option and you'll put a tree in,
That's fine.
all right?
Okay. That is Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I have a question about this motion. Does it include the panels on the dormer of the main house, the front dormers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, we
thank
just
you.
relocated the others.
The other 12. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see. So Emeritus is holding, well, we're holding for a rep. So now we're on to 36 North Liberty. That's Val. And let's see, rotation, we'll go to Jesse.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, it's a tail.
A tail.
The house is circa 1938.
Mhm.
I've listed on the application all of the different applications we've had before you. So you could trail our process.
Yep.
2013, Sophie had a addition approved on this house for the Burkes. In 2017, they hired me and downsized it. They never built the first one. In 2018, they asked not to build it because they wanted to close out their permit at that time. And long story short, they went ahead and built it. So I am here for the addition that was approved, that was asked not to build, and they ended up building it. And from what I understand, with no changes, it's as was approved. HSAG didn't have any concerns. But Holly can. confirm
Okay,
that.
I'm still not completely sure that I understood the full tale, but it'll all work out. So you all finished, Val?
Yeah,
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so for the record, the original structure is circa 1938. There is an HDC survey on file, indicates it's a colonial revival. Thank you for clarifying all that, because I looked at this going, wait, what?
Yeah.
My only, and I appreciate that it's just going to what was originally approved by the commission in 2017. My only concern is because this is a corner lot, so it's on North Liberty and was that Franklin? That's
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
So there is the portion that's visible from the rear and left, I think. I was just and maybe I'm looking at the next photo down.
If you're
Adrian.
concerned about the Bilko, that doesn't show anywhere.
Okay, so I think I just want to make the point that the plans were vetted by the commission in 2017, and they clearly made that it was appropriate at that time. I don't see any concerns. So those are my comments. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mickey.
Yeah, Val's correct. We have no concerns. Thanks.
Okay. Board members.
I don't have any either. I don't either.
Okay. Stephen?
I would just suggest generally that I would be loath to be reversing a prior approval unless there was some egregious
Mhm.
violation.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think a lot of these should go on, they should just go on consent. That's not on anyone. I'm just voicing an opinion I haven't had an opportunity to do before. With that said, I have no concerns.
Very good. And let's see, Jesse, it was you.
Same here, no concerns.
Nor I. There we go. Approve. Yeah.
As submitted
There we
In
go.
2017,
Yep.
through 2017.
no, a motion to approve as submitted in
submitted.
2017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's been a long one, Val.
Okay.
Since
So
2017.
there's the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, there you go. Okay, Joe, 8 North Mill.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, 8 North Mill, that's not me.
No. Like
Stand down, Joe.
Joe has become a ventriloquist.
It's a different.
The other bald Joe, sorry about
Projecting, wow.
One in the room.
Could you paint the town red with that trick?
Charlie McCarthy.
I was gonna step away, let him go. You ready?
Kinda.
Can we get Karsten so I can write up that book? No rush. Before I forget is all. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair.
I was. So we're at 8 minutes now.
At your pleasure.
Yeah, Joe.
So this is a new dwelling at 8 North Mill, which is on the corner of Angola Street.
Robert really likes most of the houses along Mill Street, 4 bays, et cetera. So we tried to mimic as much of that as possible and then had added massing towards the rear. But of course, as you know, it kind of winds around Angola Street. So we just wanted to step down and really take advantage of really, trying to stick with the traditional architecture. The one thing that Robert really wants to take advantage of is, across the way is a land bank park. And then beyond that is the pony fields. And it's a large open space that is, across Angola Street. And so Robert really wants to capture that view. And hence why, we face the front door at North Mill. And as you can tell, we have 2 parking spaces up on the, the south side of North Mill and part of the lot. The one thing I have not applied for is the retaining wall to the rear. And that I'm going to come in when I come in with the design next door for Angola Street. So I want to time all them together. But right now, I just wanted you to look at Robert's house. Thank you.
Joe, is this retainage here already?
Yeah, so if you're the west elevation
Yeah.
way to the right, yeah. So it will
That's
be about 10 feet of, and what we want to do is have a retaining wall, then come down, have, planting of vegetation, and then come down and have more planting of vegetation.
Wait, sorry, Joe. The retaining wall is on your property? or
Yes.
On Robert's property?
On Robert's property. That's going to run all the way down.
I see.
And then I'm working with the client behind Robert's house, so to the east. And we're going to work together in providing a retaining wall, and would like to do some stone. And Robert has photographs, so we're going to apply for the retaining wall. But right
Okay,
now, as
I
you can
want to
tell,
make sure the board understands that what's involved in this house approval is essentially the leveling out of this property, which will require, what was the number you used in terms of the height of that wall?
8 to 9 feet. So it'd
How
probably
much?
10, just 8 to 9 feet. I mean, you can see the black dotted line.
Yeah,
That's the existing grade.
yeah.
And I feel like that's not accurate because it slopes down gradual. And if you're standing on the site, it drops off much quicker. So I just need to verify those topography. But right now, that's what I have. And that's once I get that clarification of the site topography, then I can come up with a more accurate retaining wall. But right now, this is what we'd like to do.
Now, the other thing, and I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on this. So you have an underground parking spot coming off of Angola.
Yes, and so that is just for Robert's antiques car. So weddings and daffodil weekend, et cetera, it's going to be stored. And that was the best location for that.
But so that too will require a lot of retainage, right?
Yes, and that is part of the application where that drops down 4.5 feet from the Angola Street.
Having some topo on the plan would be beneficial.
Well, as you can see, the blue, and then there's a 40 at the top, by the front door, and then it slopes down. And I can zoom that out. If this is the redux ray, if you had the full scale drawings in front of you, you would see the entire site. So, but I can provide that if you have any comments or recommendations for revisions. And you can see along the back of that page, you can see the topography tag numbers. They're all square.
Okay. All right. So Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this site is obviously an infill within the old historic district of Mill Hill. And I want to notate that Angola Street is quite an old street within the OHD. And as noted, we would want to see, because of the grade changes, cross sections submitted with this application indefinitely. And I also note on the site plan that, which I know Joe knows, would require a special permit to the planning board if those are 2 curb cuts that are being proposed.
Great.
Not your purview, but I also do think that's important to lay out for siting purposes. The view proposed off of Angola, which is the north elevation, I don't feel is appropriate facing on Angola with 2/2 windows, gang windows. It's very modern for this street. That's really in a very Quaker subdivision with 6/6 windows. I understand that there are 2/2 windows more up part of the Mill Hill subdivision that's been recently done with the Mueller's property, but especially facing the fields, the gardens, the Candle House Lane and the Pony Farm. Again, this is a Quaker neighborhood for architecture purposes. The west elevation with the forebay facing North Mill is successful. Obviously dropping down that secondary massing so the two eave lines aren't abutted with one another, and obviously giving that separation with masses would be a hierarchy would be appropriate. The south nano doors are not appropriate. I'm not sure what obviously that visibility would be coming down North Mill Street. I would hope that there'd be some sort of vegetation being proposed, but with the grade changes, obviously that's hard to discern at the moment. But recommending a 12 light with kick panels as appropriate within the OHD. Again, we're not out in the country. This is right in the heart of the old historic district. And again, 6/6 windows would be more appropriate for Quaker architecture. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yes, the significant grade changes proposed to level out this property go much too far. It's very drastic. There's a massive 10-foot retaining wall on the south side and several feet of fill on the north. The driveway ramp down to the subterranean garage facing Angola Street is really inappropriate. On this west elevation, the secondary mass to the south should have a greater setback from the main mass, which will drop the ridge for better additive massing. Windows should be 6/6. On the north side, there's a bunch of mullion windows. They should be separated into individual windows. And just in general, it seems that this needs to be rethought to with more consideration for the existing topography. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. I should ask, given the neighborhood, is there anybody else in this queue? Certainly nobody in the room. Is anybody interested in speaking on this application before it goes to the board?
We shared a couple favorable letters. We shared some favorable letters. They should be in the packet.
Okay.
3 favorable letters from 3 abutters.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Okay.
Can
I'm
I
gonna-
ask you a question?
Yeah.
I thought that over the years we had a rule and in building with Nantucket in mind about the amount of land we can move, dig up, fill in. I thought it was a limit of about 2.5 to 3 feet as we worked along on North Ave in the harbor area. And this is massive, this thing. We saw it didn't work out very well on 81 Vestal with that wall and stuff. I think we have to look at the land and it's classic historic land with the pony barn and the fields and the old flower bed. I think that we should look at the land before we cut for a house.
Okay.
Can I just add one thing?
Briefly.
Robert's just under really brief, strict restrictions. So we're only adding like a foot on the front and removing most of to the rear. So I can't really play too much with the topography as much as I'd love to and bring it up. And that's my fight. So we're at 28 feet and that's where I'm just trying to play that. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Diane, you finished, correct?
That was, yes, I haven't discussed the house.
Do you want to say anything on the
I
house?
will say that I think what Holly read was
Hmm.
accurate right down to the thing, and I think we have to look at it on where it's going, not that this is all they can do. That's not the answer. I think that north elevation with all those windows is that right there is not what you would find Angola Street is a little garden street. It isn't a big house. How long is that whole wing going from front to back?
I can't tell you that.
So it's close to 60.
67, Diane.
How much?
67.
Well, I wasn't too far off. Huh?
Mm.
Good eye.
It's too big there. The houses on Angola Street are particularly on the south side are small and Quakers, that is not either small or Quakers.
Okay.
Am I allowed to make a comment?
No, we're gonna go through the board first. Thanks. Abby.
I just want to say that, I would start with the topography that the siting of this site on North Mill, I think it's a fight against the gravity. It just looks like it's coming right down into the Ponyfield. I would put it on Angola Street and work back into the hill. It's, yeah, definitely a downhill under garage is not going to be appropriate in this area. I definitely think 6/6s. I think the 2/2s are a bit modern. I think the massing 28 feet, I think you've got to bring it down. And the additive mass to the right, smaller. I think you have to work with the natural environment. Like you got a hill there, just don't fight it. You don't have to pack the site with building. Work with your natural topography, and I think you'll be a lot better off. So I won't say anything further about architecture because I think it has a lot to do with siting on the site and massing.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Stephen.
I'm still digesting.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
I think your retaining wall situation is really horrible, that you have to do it, and I think you should use the garage building. I think you need to flip the whole house so the front faces Angola, because that's the historic street. That's the one that you want to acknowledge with a nice space. And I think your garage should not be underground facing Angola. I think you should come off North Mill and use the side of the garage. It could be long and skinny and use that as your retaining wall. So it becomes part of the architecture. So you don't have this big house and a 10-foot wall that you have to contend with that creates a horrible alley. I think the most successful elevation, I think the North Mill elevation is nice, but I do think it should be facing Angola. And I think the west elevation, the east elevation, that brings to mind the cute little building that's down at the bottom of the Ponyfield, that front little one.
Yeah.
To see more of that would be terrific. And it's just the scale of the main mass and the secondary mass, they're too close to each other. And I agree with Holly, the windows really shouldn't be 2/2s.
Okay, Carrie, thanks so much. Stephen.
Yeah, I agree a lot with what Kerry said. More generally, Federal Street sets your windows at 6/6. The rest of the structure, a little more Quaker, a little less contemporary with respect to the fenestration. I think the massing is okay, but I do think the overarching issue is the retainage, and as much as it involves a rework, I think Carrie's idea of facing Angola is really worthwhile to explore, because you do get the benefit of that structure facing Angola, which is, I think, the more important street. And in addition, the extent that the garage can work for your retainage, I think is a big benefit. I don't envy you the fact you got to deal with this earth situation that you're kind of left with, given the other structures that are in place. I think that's enough for now. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I agree with everything that's been said. With emphasis on the grading portion, particularly the grading as regards the underground garage that faces out to the street. Should we move this for some revisions?
Yes, I'll make a motion
For revisions?
for a vision.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Joseph.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, so how about 32? Wait a second, 16 Canonbury.
Yep, Adam Davis from Goldsmith Architects here for 16 Canterbury.
Okay. Let's see, Connie, are we, are we? Jesse, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't on that. Okay, were you on, solar panels? No.
this is a pool revision.
Yep, and so this is pretty straightforward, with the new rules that are being considered for, sconset and pool setbacks. We were at the 15-foot setback, and so we slid the pool, to the east by 5 feet so that we are over 20 feet from the rear setback. We were already over 20 feet from the north setback. And that was it. We didn't change the scope. We didn't change the size, just slid everything to the east by 5 feet.
Okay. Is this, do we have you on this, Holly?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, my question on the revision, I understand it's to push it closer inward to the property. Was, I don't believe the material for the patio was indicated. Apologize if it was on the original approval, but there's that. And then the stepping stones, what exactly material is that? And then the fencing detail, I believe it's being shown. Those are my comments as far as like the specifics. I think those should carry over even if they were previously shown on the original
I agree
application.
with that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mickey, anything?
No.
No, okay, board members, and that includes Jesse. Come on. She just said that basically Adam has not provided us with any of the same information that was on the prior approval. We assume that it's all the same that was approved. Adam, is that correct?
Yes, there's no interest in changing anything.
That package to staff.
Yep, and I apologize if, I don't believe it's called out on here, but the intention was bluestone patio and wire fence.
Okay,
Abby.
with that said, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Abby.
I just oriented myself. I can come after somebody else.
I'll go.
Yeah, so we're missing Connie, I guess you're on this too, because we're missing Val and Stephen. So Connie.
Can I ask a?
Okay.
What is-
Somebody talk.
Okay, so I just have to clarification. I just want to make sure this pool isn't visible from Canonbury Lane.
You know,
It is not. It's very well shielded by the house.
We already approved the pool. No, and he's just moving it 5 feet away from the property line because they changed the ordinance in Wisconsin.
And that was. That's
Off of the
in-
rear
in towards
property
the
line.
Middle.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay,
they want to get the pool into the middle of the.
I'm fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Diane. Yes, Diane.
I'd like to, why does the wire fence have to go all the way around to the back of the garage cabana? Why can't it go in the front? Making that
Okay,
side up.
Adam,
Mm-hmm.
what was approved prior?
The same fence, with the one exception that this is extended 5 feet to the east. So basically just took the pool, the fence, everything, slid it 5 feet forward. So the fenced in area technically grew. But it's the same thing that was approved before.
Continue, Diane.
Okay, well, the other thing is just the stepping stones, so we don't know what they are.
What are the stepping stones?
They are bluestone stepping stones, and that scope has not changed from previous approval.
Correct.
So it's only moving the pool into however many feet,
5
right?
feet. Yep.
Correct.
This, I have no problem with it moving in 5 feet.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
No concerns.
All right, can we move this? Actually, can we move this through staff, essentially, reproducing the palette of materials that were approved the last time on this application?
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Adam.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, Val Oliver.
Hi,
32 Vestal.
this is an application for 32 Vestal, which is a house that caught on fire in November. The folks weren't here, but you probably saw it all over the place. It's a house that, well, it said, I think the assessor circa 1970s, but what I did find out from the owner, it's actually a very interesting story that prior to that, and nobody knows when, there were 2 small cottages moved from South Wharf to this site by Piero Fenci, who was the ceramicist. And he built the big part of the house like a barn over those 2 structures. So what's always been fun about it is on the inside, it's the outside of the little cottages. Really cool. And a big open barn over it. So they want to keep all of that and try to restore that. What we're asking for in this application is to reshingle the roof and the sidewall and to replace the windows as they are in the spaces they are. Same size as everything, with the exception of we're asking for SDL. And this is not in the old historic district, so that's the scoop.
What's the catch?
There is no catch.
There is
That's
no
it.
catch. I mean, it's essentially a like-kind
Yeah.
outside of the OHD. right?
Almost, except for the windows,
Think so.
Except for the windows, right?
except the windows.
Well,
Yes. So-
Right, but it's outside the OHD.
Correct.
Okay. Gosh, who's sitting on this?
I think I am, and I'm good with
Mis-
Okay.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
for the record, I had no concerns. My only comment was you're also they're gonna re-roof it as
Yeah.
well. And I didn't see what kind of asphalt. That was 3-tab or architectural. I know it was black. That was the only thing.
Oh,
It was not indicated on the application.
I think it's, well, let's say 3-tab for now, and if that changes, I'll come back for that.
That was
3-tab
it.
black.
No
Yeah.
concerns.
Okay, thank you. So, Carrie's in, Abby's in, Diane?
Yep.
Diane's in, and who's our other member? Connie, you on?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
No concern.
good. All right, so we're in, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Very good, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Very
Thank
good.
you.
Okay, yes. Happy. Okay. Okay. Big thumbs to you. Okay, so, well, we have our 3 associate members here. All right, so 11 Spring Street. Do you have BPC?
Yes, sir.
Very good. 11 Spring Street.
So it's around the corner from the duck pond.
Okay.
Would you mind if I did a screen share to walk through this? It's
You
pretty
can, but
straightforward.
we all look at our own little things now, so you can go for it.
Okay.
But let me just establish who the board is. Abby has just left. Val is off. So Diane, Ray, Stephen, Jesse.
And you,
Carrie, I guess. There we go. Jesse and Carrie.
Cinco.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'm on the site plan page in the locus, and everybody knows where we're at 11 Spring Street.
We know where you're at.
Okay, this is, I guess it would be considered an infill property. This unit that we're talking about is unit 3. It's a freestanding dwelling as part of this 3-unit condo association, built in 2005. And this is the front elevation that faces the street, faces Spring Street. And you can see this is the front door. It's in this secondary mass on the side of the building. And then everything else, the visibility is minimal. Not that it matters too much. And what we're looking to do actually is to take advantage of the 60 square feet or so that's available. And we are doing an expansion of this porch and an infill, and we're adding a front door to the main mass. So here's existing elevations on top and proposed down below. So what we're doing here is we're infilling this this porch, which is currently a smaller shed roof that's getting expanded slightly, and we're treating that like a porch that's been infilled, and that'll be a office or flex space. And then we are trying to keep as much of the existing fenestration as possible. So where this existing window is, we're popping that window out, and we've got a small shed roofed porch addition and a new front door that is on the main mass of the building. And then on the rear of the building, we're just sliding an existing French door over, and we're making some fenestration changes here. And that is it. This is it in plan. That's the infill, that's the front door, that's the front door, French door shift. And then some internal changes result in the window changes. And
Okay,
that is it.
thank you, Joe. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, Joe, thanks for verifying the age. There was nothing indicated on the COA. And you were not the only one that with these reviews of these applications, I noticed. We need to make sure those dates are included. But for the record, this is also unit number 3 that was associated with 96 Orange Street, but actually is addressed 11 Spring Street. So it is located within the OHD. Infilling the porch to create a sunroom is an appropriate feature, but the bottom should be shingled, not paneled as proposed. Relocating that front door is appropriate. However, the window panes in the door should match the existing 9-light to 2-panel door. If you look at the proposed, the panes are a little larger, making the panel smaller and not consistent with the existing fenestration. A 6-panel would actually be more appropriate for a front door, whereas the 9-light 2-panel door at the side was appropriate. But moving it to the front actually is not. It's more of a side door. And then the new door on the east should be a 12-light with a kick panel, as consistent as the commission has been requesting for structures within the OHD that's requesting these type of doors. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly. Mickey.
Yes, the proposed front portico feels too much like a side door. It might look better if the if that small portico were changed to kind of almost a full-on hip roof porch. I think it would just look more like the front of the house. And the door should be a proper front door, not a 9-light. And the side door should be a 12-light with kick panel. And I just want to remind everybody to turn on their microphones when they're talking. Thank you.
Anyone specifically? Okay, never mind. Okay, Mickey, thank you. Board members.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I like the changes. I think overall, this improves the design of the house. I like the idea of making the front door a little bit more pronounced. Maybe changing that, the windows to be more of like a front door. I don't mind the, panels underneath the windows. I think they look nice, but at the same time, I can't really give you an architectural error of that, so the shingles may be more appropriate. I'll leave that to the more experienced board members. And again, the rest of the elevations, they look, I think, better than the original, so no concerns.
All right, Jesse, thank you. Who's next? Diane, go.
I think the front door. I'd rather see it six slice with two good sized panels. Spring Street and whatever is a good street. I'd like to see the porch singled down below those panels. And I would, I would like to see the door be 3, 6, 9, 12. A 12 light with a kick panel. And the same thing with the French doors over there. And that is it. We do that with the porch and stuff. The shower's going to be smaller, and that door, the doors should be the 12 lights with kick panels. And the front door. I as a front door on Spring Street, I'd rather see it with more panels than 3, 6, 9 windows.
Okay.
So that's about it for the moment.
All right, thank you, Diane. Let's see, Jesse spoke, Stephen.
Joe, I think the changes are good. On the south elevation, I think as long as those panel trim package is simple, as opposed to having, a lot of detailing, that it's appropriate and attractive. 6-panel door or a 6-panel frame with 2 lights in the upper 2 panels is fine. And I think with respect to that portico treatment, yeah, it's too understated. If I was going to go in a direction, I would say, go for the cup, make that an arched roof, copper roof or something. I know I've seen that on a home, and I can't.
North Liberty Street.
Is it North Liberty? I was looking on. I couldn't
It's a
find it.
little ellipsoid, yeah.
So
North Liberty.
I'm not suggesting, I think a simple approach, I would prefer, my point is to draw attention to the front door, but not do it with some typical. There's an opportunity to make new history. It's an infill house, so we're making new history. Sorry, my mic was off. So there's an opportunity to make some new history. I think you could be a little bit creative within the appropriate, the bounds of appropriateness. On the other elevations, kick panel doors fine on the French, and I don't have any other concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie.
Yeah, I'd like to see the front porch worked on to make it a little more significant to balance out with the infill of the porch on the other side. I think the painted panels on the new little sun room are good as long as the French doors also have panels, and you can work that into a front door design as well. Maybe a hip that's a little wider to encompass the window on the left, something to really balance out the two elements. Something.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Carrie. Just 2 concerns on my part. One concern, something that's already been raised. The front door should, I think I would be okay with a cottage style door here, which is essentially 6 glazed panels at the top with a much larger 2-panel bottom. And and the 12 light as opposed to 15 light French doors. And with regard to the panels versus shingle underneath of the sun porch, I don't really care. However, the board goes on something like that. But can I have a motion on this?
Motion to hold for minor revisions.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. Hold for minor revisions. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Can you take the next two?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks a lot.
Joe, you're still here with us?
Yes.
All right, so we're at number 9, 3 Tetakimo. Your board is going to be Val, Diane, myself. 1, 2, 3. And who are the 2 alternates in rotation? Jesse and Connie? And Connie and Jesse.
Okay.
And that'll be your board for the next 2. When you see your drawings up, when we see the site plan up. You can go, Joe. Thank you, Esme. Oh, he is? Joe,
Yes, sir.
get on it.
Oh, you want me to put it up there? Okay, I can do that. Well, I was actually starting with, there was a previous approval on this lot by my colleague Chip Webster that I was just gonna put up on the screen for a second because you're probably familiar with the lot by virtue of that review, which I believe was approved last summer.
Okay,
And-
I'd suggest, Joe, just for a split second.
Yeah. Okay, so split second. So this was approved. This is the house that was approved by this board. This faces the road. Gable forward with another gable with a garage element and then an opening through to the backyard. And these are the side views. So my client purchased this property with these plans and essentially abandoned the design, and we started over. So that why I didn't refer to it when we applied for it, but I thought it might be useful just to orient you. So this is our proposal. This is a 3D view of that. And just this is the first lot on the right as you're going down into the Tatakamo development. So this set of overgrown privet accesses the property. And then this is the property. And the whole right-hand side of the property is, which is the south side, is public property. I guess it's part of the development, and that will remain densely vegetated. So that's north is towards the upper part of the page. The left is Tatakamo Drive, and the bottom part of the page is south, and that's where the vegetation is. And you can see here in the locus. There is a building envelope on this property that pushes the building towards the front half of the lot. The back half of the lot we're not allowed to have any structures in the back half of the lot, so that our neighbor has an unimpeded sun coming in there. So that's why our structure's towards the front, very much like the previous approval. The previous approval was also contained entirely to the front of the lot. And we have, I'm sure you're all aware that in Tatakamo, there are some strict design guidelines and height limitations. We just got approval from the local review board today. We're at 24 foot, call it 24.6 on this side. We're at 24 feet here. And the back half of the property is all single story. So this is the south view. And this is the rear view internal to our lot. And this is the elevation that faces the neighbor. I know the pool application's up next, but since it's so intertwined with this, I'll mention it as part of the site planning strategy. The pool equipment is underneath this structure, so that's not out in the yard, just FYI. And we do not have a pass-through element. So we've tried to take a little bit more of a traditional approach here. We don't have a lot of curves like the previous design did, and a lot of kind of mishmash of elements. We wanted to take a simpler approach. Cottage corners. Previous application was approved with gray trim and black sash. This is dove gray, which is a stock color for Anderson windows, with dove gray trim and natural cedar roof, and obviously natural cedar shingles. And I think that's it as an introduction.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Joe? Okay, we'll go right to concerns or other comments. Who would like to begin? And a reminder, Connie and Jesse are on this.
Am I on it?
Mhm.
Yeah. I went out there today just to do a run through. I think this house will fit in very nicely. I really don't have any concerns. The large windows in the back, I don't think we will ever see. I'm just curious, how come you're putting wire railing around your window wells instead of like grates or something? But
Oh, but I've just done that detail before because they kind of disappear, and the clients tend to like them, but there was certainly wasn't a driving design factor.
okay, I have no concerns.
Okay, Diane?
So following this long of the rules they have out there and stuff, I don't have any concerns on the house.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, it's a very nice design. I have some questions on the hardscape, but that's the next application, right? It's more questions, not concerns regardless, but yeah, no concerns on the house.
Okay. Connie?
No concern.
Joe, what's inside the, on the front elevation, the west elevation, the small window to the left of the garage? Is that a bathroom?
It's a mud room. Well, actually, we did add a half bath there, correct? Yes. And we were trying to make that feel, we wanted that to be subordinate. So like, that's a secondary mass on the front, and recognizing that we've got garage doors on the front of the building, we wanted to play down that component and amplify this side of the house. So that's the reason why that fenestration's smaller in scale.
Okay, so my only comments are that the garage shed with the doors as proposed, the window, the flower box, they really tend to compete with the front entry, which I think is just kind of an elegant entry that we don't typically, approve. So I don't know if you can simplify the garage doors with just make them board so as to not be
I had that. Yeah, we had that originally. I could see doing that, definitely.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not I'm a no if you don't. I just suggest it because I think it helps complete the design. Do we have a motion?
I would make microphone on. I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Option to change those garage doors
Yes, with
With
the
an
option to change the
And
garage doors to
through staff.
staff.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Joe, we're gonna move on to the pool.
Okay. I don't have the pool application. I know I just submitted this drawing. Let me see.
We'll put it up.
Okay.
Pool relocation, Canonbury. Yeah.
When you see the site plan, Joe, go ahead.
Okay, yep, I see it. So actually, we did make a change, or I should say the Tatacamo Design Association asked us to make the change. We have a deck that is surrounding the pool. And on the south side of the pool, the entire south side of the pool, we need to change that to a bluestone material. This was an at-grade deck, but it could technically count as a structure. So the patio that you see on the left side of the house would flow down the entire left side of the pool. That would be bluestone. And then the wall material is the fieldstone wall that I think there was a picture of it on the previous page. And then we have the bluestone patio at the top of the screen, or excuse me, at the top of the pool where there's some lounge chairs.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Questions or go right into
I
it?
have a question.
Go ahead.
Just because that was unclear, is all of the deck changing to patio?
Sorry, Val. Yeah, just the south side of the pool. The rest of it would stay as decking.
Okay, thank you.
You want to go ahead and comment, Bill?
I have no concerns.
Okay, Diane?
No, I don't have any concerns with that.
Okay, Jesse?
No, I don't have any concerns. You answered the questions on the walls. The front walls, do those have an elevation in the front of the house?
They're 18 inches.
18 inches, well, both sides?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Connie?
I have no concern.
Thank you. Joe, my only concern is along the southerly border. You're so close to the property line without any provision for vegetation. So I think it would be appropriate to plan some hedge there. And other than that, I don't have a concern.
That's true, because that's a lot.
Thoughts, Joe?
Yeah. The only reason why we actually had a planter kind of integrated into that wall at one point, which may end up happening. So we may end up with a wall that has a planter integrated in it with some flowers, but the whole south side of this is wild scrub oak that screens this whole thing, and it's a backdrop. So that's what made us feel comfortable going up to the property line there.
Okay, so my only concern with that is that it's not the applicant's property. I understand it's part of the buffer for the community there. So, but as such, it's not under the applicant's control. And if that were caught, if they ever decided we want to burn and cut or something for, a Moore's view type of approach, this would become visible and we'd lose any control. So to the extent that there could be some hedging in there, I think it would be appropriate.
Yep, I see what your point is. Okay.
How about a motion?
Motion, to approve with
Screening
screening
on the applicant's property
on the applicant's property
and not visible time inspection or thereafter.
and not visible at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity and no grade changes from existing.
Yes. Excellent. On Val's motion.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Val, you get to write that one up.
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you.
Approach the bench.
Thank you, Joe.
Happy just call it
Was
something.
it good? Thanks, Joe.
That was a good observation.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Vice Chair.
Oh,
Yes.
Joe Paul mentioned that he submitted new drawings today. He did email me new drawings for this application.
Thank you.
So through staff, this motion that you guys made.
Yes.
Okay.
Val, you did say that, didn't you? No? Yeah.
What?
We're good.
Bruce, just say three.
Yeah, through staff,
Okay.
through staff.
Thanks, Esme.
Okay, Shauna. So we're out at
35 Maury Lane.
yes, thank you. Yep.
Can somebody sit on this while I write this
Okay,
arduous?
so 1, 2, here's Jeff. I couldn't see Jeff.
glass of water after that motion?
Stop talking, so I.
So Connie and Jesse, I haven't been paying attention to the road.
All of us. Sure, I don't know if I'm on this, I'm in the middle.
Three, and then two of them.
Yeah. I'm confused. There's direction.
I say Connie and Jesse.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Say it, you get it.
Ready?
All right,
Go.
color, 35 miles.
So, basically, as far as the exterior goes, we're doing most of the work interior. So the exterior, we are changing 5 doors that are French doors, but only one of the French door works and it kind of folds back into itself, like into the next door.
It's called a terrace door. Yeah.
Okay, so we are changing those to sliders, so that they're more usable. And then we are adding a triple window over the kitchen sink, which is now a double window currently. And extending the deck over the master bedroom, which is, you can see on the east elevation. There is nothing happening on the west elevation. And on the north elevation, those are turning into sliders as well, and we're simplifying the transom window above. And then the main thing that we're doing is doing all the trim to white. And
right now, is it natural?
it's all natural now.
Yeah.
The windows are white, the sashes, but all the trim is natural.
Mhm.
So I spoke while I was out there, I spoke to a couple different neighbors and they are very for it turning white because it's the only house
I bet.
in the area that isn't white. So, you can see on sheet A3, I think 3, there's pictures of the neighbors' houses, and I apologize for my spelling mistake on neighbors.
It's just saying that all the other houses are white.
Yeah, it's just showing that there's
Yeah.
white houses everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is going to be another application where I mentioned there was no date on the application of the structure.
Sorry, it was Lyman built it in approximately like 25 years ago.
Perfect. I had 1996 approximately, so that makes sense.
Okay.
But it is located within the OHD. I'm glad to hear that the color change seemed to be amenable to the neighbors. I was just mentioning that photographs of the neighborhood would be very helpful for the record. I didn't really see that in the application, more of the photos of the existing structure. This property is located within the OHD of Sconset, and TDLs are more appropriate for a structure within the OHD. However, I leave that up obviously to the commission. On the east, wanted to ask, with that change of the second floor deck, what the overall depth is, because it looks like it's exceeding, and I didn't see a dimension on that. And then on the south, the existing second floor deck flanked by 2 windows is actually more appropriate than the proposed. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mickey.
Mr. Chair, this is Angus. I'm gonna speak for Sconset, if that's all right.
Yeah, of course.
This is one of the dominant cross streets in Sconset. So off of Main Street, Morey is a major cut across towards Ocean Ave and the water. And McKinley is the only other one, that is a major one, and that comes down. And then when it meets Morey, is at a right angle, it facing this house. It's a prominent spot, is my point. And the amount of fenestration, glazed fenestration that's facing the street is already excessive and doesn't seem appropriate to increase. And the same goes for the second floor deck facing the street. Is already doesn't seem appropriate, and to extend it doesn't seem like it helps. There is a great deal of fenestration, French doors, ganged windows, which was much more understated with it being natural, which is atypical of all the, most of the houses in Sconset. But once it goes to white, all those are going to pop. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Board members,
I'll go.
thanks.
Yeah, I'm not seeing dramatic changes on, let me back up here. East. I'll pick up the east railing in a moment. On the north. No concerns there. On the south. I get the comments about the fenestration. It's frankly over fenestrated as it is. The new stretch code is gonna do wonders to cut down on the window to wall ratio. But this is existing structure. I think what would be most appropriate is to request that the railing on the second floors go over to a shingle wall, which is appropriate for this style of structure. And it would totally mitigate any additional glass, or most, I would say 95% of the additional glass that's created by turning the 2 second floor flanking windows into doors. First floor, I wouldn't change the rail situation. And on the secondary gable, it would be a wash. So that would be my only comment or concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Interesting. Okay, thanks. Are you on this, Val?
No.
No. Diane?
On all the windows that they have circles around, like on the south elevation, is that because they're gonna paint them?
You're gonna change them out,
No, the doors are going to be
sliders.
sliders instead, so that's why the doors are bubbled. And the triple window that's over the kitchen
Yeah, that's
sink is
over the-
now a double.
That's over a kitchen, right?
Yeah, and so they're obviously getting a lot smaller, but there is gonna be 3 instead of
And then
two.
second floor,
Better add that.
deck there with the little.
Yeah, the middle door is remaining as is hinged, and we're basically just changing the 2 windows on either side to fixed door size.
They're gonna be,
like-
okay,
And the windows now, all the sashes are white already,
yeah,
so they do show against the natural already.
Okay. Diane?
it's and what were you going to do on the,
No way to put this through this.
what does it say? What the hell, it's easy to read, on the north elevation.
The north elevation, those are turning in, that triple door is turning into a slider, and we are simplifying the transom above.
Okay, that's what I wondered. And the little, okay, so those there are. All right, well, it's, everybody has said, and I agree with them, that there are a lot of windows here, particularly when you're sort of on the round curve. But painted white will help. So I'm glad you're fixing those windows on that elevation, making them simpler. So that's good. I will thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Now, who did I choose among you guys?
Those two.
No, no.
Okay. Jesse, you ready?
Yeah, just going, I'm looking for the site plan, which I can pull up here. So. You know, I mean, it looks like a lot of these windows and doors are gonna be not very visible, maybe the second floor.
There is a 7-foot privet all around the entire property that is existing.
The front of the house is this, which you're not doing much for changes there.
And it's in good condition too.
I mean, only one that I have you know, with the over fenestration that's already there, adding, you know, those fixed doors to the second floor. is adding a bit more frustration, but I don't think it's gonna be seen, so I'm not that concerned.
Okay, very good. Connie. I'd say Molly.
additional than what's already been said.
Okay, thank you. And Stephen, should I say it or will you say it? The muted trim thing?
Yeah, I wanted to add muted trim, but you can.
Yeah, so I like Stephen's idea, particularly given that you want to change the trim color from natural to painted white. To Angus's point about there being a lot of white. So I like the idea of the parapet walls as opposed to parapet walls as opposed to balusters. That'll reduce the amount of white. And also I think that if we went with a light gray as opposed to a white, that would be, in my mind, preferred, given the amount of windows and doors on this. That's my opinion.
So moved.
What
Through staff.
what's that?
Parapet walls on the second floor, muted. What color would we prefer as appropriate?
Well, the lightest of the grays is called platinum
Platinum?
gray.
I would have to talk to the client.
Do you want us to hold for
Revisions.
revisions? Okay,
Yeah, let's do
hold
that.
for revisions.
Why don't we hold for, I just, John, I just don't wanna like get into like a long redo when we see this next, because schedule wise, who knows when it'll be. So could we hold for the revision to determine a color that's not white? And to change the balustrade second floor to parapet? Because that's gonna happen one way or the other.
Are you making a thing for?
I'll make a motion for revisions.
Right, are
And
you making
revisions
the
are
thing
to-
for all, no white on the windows?
Yeah.
Well,
So the window
no,
sashes
the
are gonna
window
stay.
sash are already white. I thought you meant like all the natural trim going to white, but maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, well, I was just thinking that if we color change, it's actually gonna accentuate the white if it's not a monotone.
Okay.
So the motion is to hold for specific revisions. They are color palette.
Yeah.
And changing the second floor baluster railings to parapet wall shingle.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like it passed. Okay, next up, Chip Webster at 50 Walsh Street. Let's go, Chip.
All right, hello, everyone. If I can share my screen, I will present the project.
Okay, let's see. Val, are you on this?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means we're back to you, Carrie.
Okay. So Chip Webster, on behalf of the applicant for proposed renovations at 50 Walsh Street. This is the locus plan showing where 50 Walsh is. I want to point out on locus plan that Walsh, the house is a very long linear house along Walsh, and it's backed by some houses that are in the Brant Point, I forget the name of it, but that little Brant Point development that has a shared driveway that gets to the houses that abut on the rear. And that's important because I propose, so the house already exists. It was built in 1984 and had substantial renovations in 2009. It's at its maximum ground coverage. And as you can see from the site plan, it goes basically setback to setback on virtually on 3 of the 4 sides. So there's no change in proposed footprint of the house because it's also at its maximum ground coverage. Here are some context pictures. So here's a Google photo. The house is circled, and then these are the corresponding photos. We took a number of photos from the Beach Street Brent Point side, as well as some street shots. I'll just go through these quickly, and you can look at more detail at your leisure, but these are from the Brent Point side, and you don't see the house from that side. Starting with number 5, this is the existing house. As you can see, it's sort of an odd combination of masses and roof lines that converge in this inverse V or whatever over the entry. So one of the goals of the project was to make The street side, much more Nantucket-y and less sort of, here it is again on the street side, existing. It also is in the floodplain, so part of the proposal is to raise the house 2 feet 11 inches to comply with floodplain standards. And again, I said, as I mentioned, a major goal is to make the street side more Nantucket-y. So this is the street side. You can see there's some proposed fenestration changes, undoing that inverse, that V roof situation, grounding it with a porch across the front, and proposed relocation and expansion, slight expansion of the existing Widow's Walk. So this is the street side. This is the rear of the house where we're proposing an exterior access to that Widow's Walk. And this is right up against the rear property line. As you can see, it's in the middle of the house, as well as some other proposed changes, but that's the most significant. Then the 2 end elevations. On the right, we have the existing east elevation, proposed new east elevation, and on the west, existing west elevation, and proposed west elevation. So with that, I turn it over to the board for comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, and real quick, by the way, some of your microphones are still low. Stephen, I don't know if you turned yours off again or not, but it's kind of hard to hear a few of you. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as Chip had indicated, this structure was originally built in 1984. Actually, the garage it's now attached to it was also built in 1984. Both of them have HDC surveys on file. Chip, you didn't indicate any dates on the application. You're the third agent so far.
Well, I that's why I
Okay,
made sure
okay.
to present them. So I'll make sure.
I'm just going to make that as a point whenever I see an application without dates.
And we don't have any respond to it.
So, and they, as far as being elevated, it needs to comply with Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11. And we need a elevation certificate with the ferment map as the commission has requested with their changes to that policy. And indicating exactly what the proposed design flow elevation is. I wouldn't have known it by looking at the plan. So thank you for indicating that verbally. Although this is a non-contributing structure, the character defining elements are the lean-to roofs of the main house and garage that were originally constructed in 84, but combined in 2009. The plan should clearly indicate the design flood elevation of the structure with the proposed elevation, including the new elevated height, where the piers vents are located to accommodate the rise. The roof line changes make the eave lines match with no hierarchy, understanding trying to get rid of that V groove there. There is no dimensions to the proposed second floor deck. However, it looks greater than 8 feet and not in compliance with building with Nantucket in mind. The garage doors are not appropriate with the transom windows. That is an atypical feature. I don't think I've seen that anywhere. The enlargement of the roof walk is not appropriate and actually, I believe, is too large. The changes to the north does not the changes to the north does not create a sense of a front door, understanding the changes with the proposed front porch, but now you technically have 2 access points for a front door. Access to the roof walk on the exterior and painted white. I don't believe is an appropriate feature. I will notate that we know that there are some like that. However, white is probably going to be visible. The 4 light windows within the gables are too large and should be reduced in size. The French doors should be all 12 light with kick panels. And the first floor plan is telling with a lot of decking. Per page 118, a building with Nantucket in mind, they don't seem to comply with the 30% rule. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Yes. So the gable roofed side porch is too large. It should be pulled back to the original depth and the roof changed to a hipped roof. The full width steps leading up to that porch should be reduced to 3 or 4 feet wide. The large gable end windows should be scaled down and have pane sizes that relate to the other windows. The style of the garage doors and the transoms should be more traditional. The outdoor shower on the front porch is not appropriate on the front of a house. It should go in the back. The exterior roof walk stairs will be clearly visible from the shared driveway behind the building. And even though shared driveways are private, they're used by multiple owners and their guests, which makes them kind of like a traveled way. So I think that's inappropriate. The existing house has a roof walk and presumably has an interior access. If they have one now, they should continue to use it. And it's clear from other recent applications for exterior roof walk stairs that any new precedent will create an excuse for others to try for theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, who did I say was on this one? Val, Diane, me, Stephen, and Carrie. Okay, who wants to start? Thanks.
Chip, I appreciate so much about this is making this house look so much nicer. I agree with a lot of what's been said about the large gable windows, the transoms over the garage door, the front of the building having the shower, and specifically about the roof walk. And Mickey hit exactly what I was going to say was there's one there now, they must get to it. I'd prefer not to see another exterior staircase, and I'm horrified at the length of those posts holding up the landing. It's like scary. So pulling back the new porch addition would be great, but most of it is positive, so thank you.
All right, Val, thanks. Diane.
I appreciate some of the stuff, the little 4 pane windows up in the gables should be reduced down to a better size. The roof walk should not be exteriorly gotten into. It is not what we approve. It can be seen. And as Val said, it had one before, so they must get into it in some way. And I would like to see some of the windows sort of rearranged. I think on that north elevation and the shower too. The 2 garage, the 2 windows all together should be separated. Or just one window if necessary right there. Oh, that's existing. Oh, yes, it is. Take that back. We got the shower, we got the roof walk, making the deck smaller, shorter, and I guess all the rest is existing, so I better just keep quiet. Okay, there you go.
Thanks, Diane. Stephen.
Chip.
Yes,
Good evening.
good evening. Yeah. Your mic is working now. Great. Sorry.
Excellent. So these are revisions I'll vote to approve. Change the 4 light Ds to Es. They shouldn't be focal points. Axe the 4 light transom, make that a standard transom, standardize the garage doors with vertical, like a P groove door. Axe the exterior shower on the front. Ditto on the next gable 4 light. On the looking at the north elevation, this double stacked porch to the right should come in. It's 14 feet. I'd say bring it into 12. Around the back, your poplar tree posts got to go. Internalize your stair or minimize its presence. And that addresses the other elevations. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie.
I have nothing to add. Everybody has said all of it. I think a lot of this is improvements, but the details that everyone else has already talked about, I agree with.
So I'm in a motion through staff to change basically what I just said, change the 4 lights to windows, to the 6 lights, ease, single transom garage door with V-groove doors, axe the exterior shower, make the porch, double stack porch 12 feet versus 14. And for now, Chip, I would say eliminate the exterior stair, and you could come back and work that detail out, because I think you're going to have quite a bit of discussion on that. That's my motion.
That's a motion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye, good luck writing it.
I missed one piece of that. Was that through staff or is that specific?
Yeah, through staff.
Through staff, got it.
So that was how many ayes
Aye.
Aye.
and opposed?
Aye.
I'm only opposed to the depth of the deck. I think 12 is still too big.
Yeah, and I'm opposed to the enlargement of the roof walk and the chimney popping out through the
Yeah.
porch roof.
Enlargement. Okay, so that doesn't carry. Somebody else can make a motion.
I'd make a motion to hold for addition.
There you go. All right. That's an easy. All those in
Yeah.
favor of Diane's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Jerry, Chip, you know you got 3 votes except for the deck length.
Wait a second, I'm sorry, because I'm missing some of it because of the bikes. I thought that was 3-4.
No, it got shut down.
no,
So,
it was 2 in favor, 3 opposed.
Oh,
so
got it. Okay, got it. Check.
basically you make those revisions and decrease the deck a little bit, more Vale's on board.
All right, Mr. Stover, thanks for waiting. What do
I
you got?
mean, okay, thank you, everyone.
So John Stover, I'm here representing the First Congregational Church. We have an application before you now for some repairs to trim on the Bennett Hall building. And we're also going to replace the front doors, which are all metal doors. We're just replacing them with new heavy-duty metal doors.
At Bennett Hall,
Excuse me?
at Bennett Hall.
At Bennett Hall.
Yeah.
Excuse me, yes.
All of this is Bennett Hall.
All of this is Bennett Hall.
Okay.
When we're done, paint it white like it is now. Call it a day.
Will the doors stay green, John?
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Okay, John, very straightforward. Let's hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we know, this is part of the First Congregational Church. And what that circa 1834, actually earlier than that, but Bennett Hall. And there is a preservation restriction on file that MPT holds. I do have an email from Mary Bergman at MPT who said that they support the application that's before you this evening. And with that, I have no concerns on the proposal.
Very good. Mickey, anything?
Yeah, just when I know the existing doors are metal, but they really should be wood, so that would be a recommendation. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see our board on this. Word to you, Jesse.
To me, then I'm good.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll vote for it.
all right,
Motion to approve is submitted.
all right. All in favor of Val's fabulous motion, say aye.
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 Opposed. Okay, very good. Thanks for waiting, John.
Thank you very much for your
Sorry we
time.
couldn't have more drama put together for you. So do we have Mirka on for her stuff?
Mr. Chairman, she requested to hold her stuff till next week,
Okay,
and so did the land bank, so that will.
okay. All right.
I'm here, actually, if you want to
Wait,
take the land.
Mirka's here?
No, Jesse Bell for the land bank.
Who is it?
Jesse Bell for
Bell.
Land Bank.
Oh, yeah.
I-
so I'm confused with this stuff. So,
All right. Hi, Jess.
so,
So we'll get the site. Yeah, okay.
it's
Good night. Say good night to Mr. Chairman.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks a lot.
Just once you see the plan up on the screen. I'd like to, you guys, we got like 11 minutes. I don't want to rush through this, but to the extent you agree with someone, simply say I agree and we can move on, okay? Just go ahead once we get the site plan up.
Okay. So, full disclosure, I am sort of third string on this presenting, but I'll do my best. So this property, the land bank acquired a few years ago, and it was a vacant lot. There were two vacant lots. And so we've designed a small park on these two lots. And basically, as you all know, this is sort of the critical path from, where people walk around the corner to get to the fireworks at Jetties, is where people run by in the Brant Point Runners. So it's really, we're trying to basically make this property more usable and enjoyable by the public, make it accessible. And also attempt to try and resolve some flooding issues in the area. Obviously, we can't, solve everything, but we're trying to help with some flooding that occurs in this area. And so you have basically the brick sidewalk and an extension of that sidewalk into the park and leading to an accessible picnic table. And then we're basically proposing to construct a wetland in that back area, which will receive stormwater through some sediment forebays, which will be on the Easton Street side, and filter that stormwater and ultimately direct it out towards the existing catch basin, which is on the corner of North Beach and Easton. Based on, I guess it's the way that the grading has been proposed to be constructed. There is a ditch that runs along the back. I guess is that the west side, where you see the restored wetland notation there. And so that will all be restored with, wetland vegetation, native wetland vegetation. There is also, I think originally proposed, we had those stones, those weir stones were surrounding the wetland, which we thought would be sort of a playful element, which kids could kind of skip along around the wetland. But then it was the local disability commission asked us, they said, if you're inviting the public back there in general, then it should be accessible to everyone. So we revised the plan and made it so that that northerly path is flat and can be accessed by everyone. And there's a stone bench at the end of that path. So this is an attempt to, make it a public park, also resolve some flooding issues in the area. And, happy to answer any questions that you may have. And also, I think it'll be more inviting because it will be that hedge along Easton Street will be removed. And so it'll be really, you'll be able to see into the park from across the street, and hopefully it will draw people in. So.
Okay. Thank you, Jess. And then just to clarify, there is a very light colored area, but it is labeled open lawn. That's intended just to be a typical lawn.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Questions by anyone? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to mention that this project obviously is great. Not only are we having a site being assisted with the flooding that's in there, I notate that this is AE7 zone, and all the different features that the land bank is proposing are appropriate. The materials accessible, brick walkway. I do notate that that this is a continuation of the existing sidewalk within the town right of way. So of course, anything that's within the town right of way would require select board / town administration approval. Other than that, I have no concerns on this application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Do we have anything from the public? Abutters? Okay. Val?
I have nothing. I have nothing.
Diane?
It's it looks like it'll hold up when it gets flooded, because it gets flooded regularly.
Resiliency in mind.
Mhm.
Let's see. So it's, who's up on our alternates?
I think it was
It'd
me.
be two of you. So Carrie and
so.
Jesse. Okay.
Okay. Carrie?
I think this is great. I think it's in keeping with the other little parks that are happening, and it's a great combination of accessibility and nature. And I think it's really sensitive. I'm impressed.
Jesse? Yeah, I agree. It's a really great use of the land. Thank you for mitigating the water issues or attempting to. Just something that might be fun for the kids to do is some type of dock going out into the wetlands would be really neat. But other than that, that's just a suggestion, not anything else. And then if there's any signs that would have to go through the sign committee, I would assume, right?
Yeah. Good point.
I agree, no concerns. I will note for the record that we're looking at both 65 and 67 as one.
Yeah.
And I'd like to entertain a motion for approval as submitted.
Motion to approve both 60.
5 and 67.
Yeah.
Okay, all in
as
favor
submitted.
of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, good presentation.
I know the meeting's almost over, but Ara's been waiting and she'd just like to ask a question.
Sure.
About 121 Orange.
Hi, I'd first like to thank and commend you all for what you've been doing for the community and saving structures. And I just wanted to bring something to your attention. And that's the fact that the engineer basically looked at the foundation on the west side of the 121 Orange Street property. And because it was parched concrete over chicken wire, he decided it was a failing foundation. The building dates back to 1850, as someone had brought up in the HDC meeting. And as I looked through the recording of the meeting, I noticed that your motion to approve as submitted due to the nature of the court order. And the court order basically asked that they comply with all necessary town or any other entity allowing for the demolition and removal of the house and the barn. The core of the house, the salt box, I've seen worse lifted up foundations, new foundations put underneath them and put back down again. You could dislike me, but don't take it out on this poor structure. It's lasted all these years. The barns lasted through all the previous storms, even though they've taken off the doors and compromised it, and it should have fallen down, but it didn't. And the house has done the same thing. It's stood up to the abuse it's been receiving since the receiver went in, which was in September of 2022. There have been little, if any, improvements on the property from them. And I would hate to see the order go through as was recommended. I would like to have, you can reconsider your decision and do like we do on most houses here that are old houses, or we don't think the people would like them anymore, do a move or demolish. Just adding the move gives the house a chance to be moved someplace else. And if you can reconsider it all together, that would be great, but at least do the move and move or demolish. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you for presenting your thoughts. A couple of procedural things here. One, that's a public comment. We can't deliberate on that. It's not on the agenda as a topic of discussion.
Can we put it on the agenda?
Well, just give me one quick second. It's been voted and approved as it was presented. I'm just giving you the procedural. I don't know what information, is there some reason you weren't present for?
I was given
presumed you were
notice by
noticed?
Linda Williams that it was going to be the week previous. I stayed through the whole thing. I watched the whole thing. Wasn't presented.
Yeah.
I asked about the next meeting. It wasn't even, they told me they didn't even submit the paperwork. It wasn't even on for consideration.
Right.
There was no notice given that it was going to be heard on the Tuesday. It was supposed to be heard on the 15th. That's the notice Linda sent out. And I've never known of anybody sending out a notice to abutters, because I own the property across the street as well as that property, and giving a date, maybe. or a following week or the next week after that. There are also some things that were said during that comment.
All right, I'm sorry, because let me get some additional information before we proceed any further. Esme, you had your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, we do have the application and a butters notifications were sent out.
Okay.
Yes,
it was
just for the
included.
15th of March, not for the date that
No,
it.
I believe I can pull up the information, but
Okay.
I know you guys can't
And-
deliberate on it.
Okay, thank you. And all right, I presume that you were notified as this involved you under receivership.
No, I was notified because I own the property across the street, but the receivers never notified me about anything. But they also said that there was no flooring in the house. The basement has a dirt floor. The first floor has full floor, the entire length, full usable floor. The 1 3/4 story, there's nothing wrong with the floor there as well. In fact, the pine, there's 12-inch pine up on the second floor painted.
Okay, so we made a determination based upon information was presented to us, including.
I know I can go to the Board of
Yeah.
Selectmen and appeal it, but I was hoping that the Historic District Commission would understand the value of the house and the fact that the engineer's evaluation was done strictly on the fact that the west side of the house
Yeah.
had a failing foundation.
We can't deliberate. I can point out to
I
you
understand
what's on the public record. I specifically stated and brought this up an example of demolition by neglect. This isn't neglect that began in September 22 when it went into receivership. This is neglect that's been going on for probably decades.
There have been substantial repairs made to the house. As someone pointed out to me, an entire new roof was put on the house.
Yeah.
The windows were about to be put in. They were in the backyard when the receiver took them off the property. The back part of I wanted to lift up the house and move it to the side. Historic District Commission told me I couldn't. I needed to leave it exactly where it was. It's right. The house is here. The 100-year flood plan's right there. So, I mean, it's going to deteriorate where the location is if with the 100-year flood plan without moving the house back.
What was the vote on that, Esme?
It was unanimous.
Okay, so.
And the reason it was unanimous is
All right,
because
Please, Ara, please. This is not even on our agenda, so I'm entertaining your conversation and points for the purpose of information for the group. And I'm looking at procedure to guide me. There was no one who voted in the negative. So therefore, there is no one under Robert's rules, my understanding would be, as in town meeting, that is the person who could ask for a revote. So what I'm going to suggest to you, Ara, is shoot off an email to Esme. She can forward it to our chair for consideration. I did not share this. I'm doing the best I can with the information I have right now. And then that would conclude this section of the meeting.
all right.
Okay,
But I noticed that the wording of your recommendation
Ara, please. Ara, please.
was not making any consideration except for the SEC recommendation.
Yeah, we made, the motion was.
My course of
Ara,
action is to bring
please
a motion
stop.
to the Board of,
Please stop.
is to appeal it.
Please.
That's my action.
Please stop. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that all said,
Well, I hope I didn't vote on something that could have been.
minutes. Get a motion to approve the 7th, the 14th, 16th, and excuse me. A motion to approve the 7th, 14th, 16th, and 21st. Aye. On Diane's motion, aye. I abstain, so that would be 4 approve, 1 abstention. And with that, can we get a motion to adjourn? Thank you, John McLaughlin. All in favor of Val's motion?